welcome to Tales from the Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your Dungeon Master for Avress, the Shattered World. We are coming at you from the past because we're recording this, and you'll be able to watch it in the future when it gets uploaded. Anyway, we are all here for this game and ready to move on with our story. Last time, we're going to skip introductions. We all know who each other we are this time around. If you
Yeah.
don't, watch a previous video and see the introductions then. So, uh, last time the group had made their way back from the destroyed village of Roanoke and on the Sable Drake, limping their way back to Port Oris, having an encounter with some drakes that were stirred up by a sudden descent and crash into some trees and rocks. Um, the drakes were sent away or deterred from attacking or anything, mostly by Sora and Amethyst, convincing them to leave and not come in any closer. The drakes did wander off, and you did kind of mark a location for where a possible nest would be um, along the coastline. Managed to make their way the rest of the way up to Port Oris and land safely. The ship is immediately going under repairs, and you made uh, headed around town to take care of a few things while the ship is being fixed. First of all, going a couple of highlights there, going and seeing Bulk Dreadsarn, the Dreadwork Forge, and picking up Eldon's new shield and component for a toy he'll be making in the future. Along with so the shield having a special properties that weren't really intentional, but seem to be interesting. The shield can absorb elemental energy and then be able to infuse it into spells cast after and releasing that energy. He also managed to make a Spellbreaker Javelin that can actually dispel magic on a target that it hits, and that was picked up and given to Sora. The group then, after a couple other things, ended up going and talking uh, with Strega, Sora's brother, at the Court Strega Trading Company, and find out a number of things about a little bit extra information about Sora and her family, a little bit, along with a little lore into the Dragonkin nation of Drakal and some things that have been happening there over the in the past and also still happening according to Strega himself. Um, a couple of revelations that popped up there is that Sora's mother, who she hasn't seen since she was about 8 or 10 years old, is still alive and operating from a secret base of some kind off in the east somewhere, helping to smuggle away children from Drakal before they can be killed. That's uh, uh, part of the darkness mentioned in Drakal. Um, Also finding out that Cirith, the white dragonkin, actually was her brother's wife. So a little bit of revelations there and some information coming around. Um, the group also found out that Janan Martinet Prepsel, the professor of one of the professors of divination at the Ivory Lyceum, requested their presence. And the first thing in the morning, met with Janan and discovered that the thing they had feared had happened, that a book of questionable information, potentially dangerous, had been taken, had gone missing, and they suspect this person is making copies and with the intention to sell as they had previously, and wants the party to track down this person, stop them from doing it any further, and potentially leaking information that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. Um, Information they did have to go on is the fact that she, even a powerful diviner herself, was unable to get a concrete location for this person, scrying on the item he took, scrying on like what they knew of the person in terms of their appearance, was unable to give any concrete location other than the fact that they were beneath the city. Moving from there, the group checked in with a contact uh, of Trevor's, one Lucius, a member of the syndicate. And after a meeting in a very pleasant cafe, but with some questionable staff and other patrons, uh, got uh, essentially made a deal to get more information about where the person could be in the underroad of the sewers. That's about where we left off, unless anybody else remembers anything else that needs to be thrown in there and added.
Something about a wolf howl later on, or at the very
Well,
end.
that's right. The group did spend a little bit of time. Oh, that's right. Um, before going to bed that first night there, the group did have, I believe it was Amethyst, Sora, and Trevor. Eldon, I think, was there as well, but sort of distracted.
He just got a
Did
new
make a
shiny
trip.
toy.
Yes, did make a trip up to the Druid Circle, and there got more information about the nature of that place. And Trevor heard a strange howl off in the distance at one point. But other than that, nothing too eventful. Other than finding more of a connection with nature than the previous time that they were there. The place being potentially a transportation circle that druids could use, similar to transport via plant. Anything else? Well, in that case,
I think that's everything.
we pick up where we left off there. You guys are awaiting information regarding the person who stole the book, potentially. And you kind of have the late morning. It was a morning meeting you guys had to find the information, and it's a sort of probably around 1 o'clock or so at this point in the afternoon. So, where are you headed next?
I have no idea. There's so much to do.
There's that. Well, what?
Well, we
Run through what
do
you
have
got.
a contract to go into the under roads, as you know, that is something that we must do. We do have a general location that we need to explore.
You reckon we need to
So
prepare first, Eldon, or should we head on straight in?
um, I do not know what more to prepare. I feel um, adequate to the task.
Well, then let's kick these tires and light these fires and get this on the road.
Well, the piece of information you're waiting for is kind of a starting location for the underroad. I mean, you
Oh, I
found
thought that we did get
various
that.
entrance. You found like various entrances to the underroad, to the sewers, the storm drains and such like that. But you hadn't really gotten Lucius hadn't gotten back to you with an actual like location to start with, essentially. Um,
Um,
or yeah, so we can move on. If nothing else anyone wants to do before that, information
well,
will be forthcoming.
I say if we've got like a day, then I would like to head to the Magic Menagerie and maybe use their workshop to work on the things for the new mortar.
Okay.
Um,
Menagerie itself doesn't really have much of a workshop there.
oh,
It's
is it?
mostly
I'm
storage
sorry.
of
It's
that.
what was
Yeah,
Neil's shop.
yeah. The Clockwork Emporium.
Clockwork. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the other.
Yeah.
Yes. So uh, I'd like to go there, and if we've got a day, put some
You're
stuff.
not sure exactly. He said had information for you later on. He didn't have a timeline specifically. But that's something. Yeah, I mean, in terms of you have essentially maybe an hour, maybe 4 or 5 hours. Who knows exactly? Um, Lucius, Trevor, you know that Lucius is pretty good about getting information. I mean, it's one of the things he kind of does is a bit of an information broker with the syndicate. So he's got the connections to find out things. So he's typically not too slow, but I mean, it all depends on how difficult the information is to find.
Right, of course.
Okay. So
Is there a place to sit outside and read the books that I've checked out from the library?
various places like little benches and stuff along the street, or little like parks tucked in between buildings and such. There'll be places you can find a place to sit easily. Um, yeah. We'll just say, let's shift on over to the city map and see kind of what's in that general area. So, the menagerie being right around here. Miller's shop being right down, kind of at this corner over here. So yeah, there'll be someplace nearby there. Just various places you can along the street actually there will be a couple of spots where there are benches even on the street, just kind of under the shade of these buildings. People kind of walking along back and forth. Um, Again, this is being one of the higher class parts of the city. People do tend to visit and move along here. There's a lot of shops and a lot of cafes, and obviously the Lyceum is right there as well. Um, at this point, being around 1 o'clock, it's pretty much the Lyceum. Remember, it does act sort of like as an hourglass for them, or like a sundial almost, being the tall structure it is. It's like little after noon, so it's pretty much straight up and down. So there's no shadow going either way. Um, as the sun starts to set over in the west, there the shadows tend to arc out to the east of the building. So right now there's still plenty of sun and people kind of walking along in there, though it is still cold, being wintertime. So yeah, not too hard to find a bench to sit on if you want to read.
Lucas will go into the Lyceum for a bit. We've got a couple
Okay.
of hours to spare. I'm going to
Okay.
try and research the gem.
Okay. Good. Let's see. So one for the Lyceum, one for the Emporium, one just reading outside. Trevor and Amethyst. Anything you're looking into for the moment, or just kind of hanging out?
I'd be just kind of like check. You said we went to the Mystic Menagerie, right?
It's nearby if you want to. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably check that out with assuming Amethyst wanted to, or just hanging around the general
Yeah,
area
yeah.
of the group. But yeah, I figured we'd go to the Mystic Menagerie.
Well, if you want to, take a look at the Mystic Menagerie has been updated on World Anvil with the updated inventory. So you will see new items
Ooh.
on there. Those of you who are heading in there.
I'm going to try.
Just want us to spend all of our money, don't you?
Of course I do. That's
I
what
don't
it's
have any
for,
more
right?
money to spend.
Yep. So while you're looking things over there, Trevor, there's something on there you're gonna get drawn to.
Okay.
You'll know it when you see it.
I'm trying to go there now.
Yeah. So yeah. So if you go to World Anvil to important locations, Mystic Menagerie, the pictures there should be with the new updated inventory. So yeah, there's something on there that's gonna grab your attention if you look over the trinket list. Now,
you got a campaign first, right? And then
yeah, campaign, important locations, Port Oris. Let me just make sure I uploaded the right picture. Let me just double check that because I want to make sure.
It's a pair of old socks, isn't it? If you want the old socks, right?
If it's not the pumpkin cupcake, I'm going to be disappointed. At the same time, I want that.
Is that the? Yep,
it looks like this.
A pumpkin cupcake that magically regenerates itself in its paper cup each day at dawn. So, boing. If it eats it like right before the dawn, that'd be like instant just regeneration of cake.
Sure. Yeah. So, while you're looking at things over there, we'll kind of hit some other folks here. Sora, so you picked up a book on Dragonkin, dragons, or Drakol, or what thing you were picking up exactly?
It was all of the above. If it had anything to do dragons, the history of dragons, and the religion of dragons.
Okay. So you will find just high level general stuff that you'll kind of pick up there, just skimming through and reading things there. Dragons weren't really a religious people for the most part. They did worship, obviously, the godlike figures of Tiamat and Bahamut being there was also a lesser known emerald dragon that the gemstone dragonkin dragons revered as well. Not a lot of information about them, other than the fact that kind of what they stood for. Bahamut being like kind of the law and goodness, Tiamat being more chaos and evil, and the Emerald Dragon sort of a neutral version in between. So he basically kind of, so again, not really dragon. The dragons didn't really like worship them for the most part, but they did follow them. And if they are if a dragon is going to take divine powers of some kind, would kind of at least take on some of the domains that relate to their chosen deity, chosen dragon type, essentially. Dragonkin, you don't know a lot about Dragonkin because you've never been to Drakal. You've never been, you don't know much about it other than what you've been told through stories and everything else. And so, effectively, the basics of it that when Dragonkin first left the Dragon Isles and the Nightmare Lands during the Cataclysm, they did take ships over the Fargleam Ocean and ended up landing, skirting the Maelstrom that's destroyed many other ships out in the middle of the ocean there. They managed to skirt around it and make safe landfall in the region now known as Drakal. There they encountered kobolds, native species that lived in the tunnels and underground in that area there, who worshipped them practically, being the tall dragon-like people. They kind of welcomed them into their warrens and holes and served them and kind of acted as not so much slaves and servants, but sort of like lesser helpful native beings that would kind of that welcome into their home essentially. They are still there. Their kobolds are still a large population in that region, and so the kind of the forming of Drakal, the metallic dragonkin being the most populous among the refugees, formed cities for each of their types, essentially: gold, silver, copper, bronze, and brass. And so the 5 cities of Drakal were all founded around the same time as the largest groups settled in various places around there.
Can I ask a question real quick? Because this
Sure.
pertains to what you asked me. As far as what I'm drawn to, does it happen to cost 3.3 gold?
Let me double check that. Let's just make sure I'm sure it's right, but
Because there's a couple things in here I don't remember seeing, like the Eye of the Displacer Beast.
they're new. Yeah.
Yeah, but the one that
She's been
stands out to
restocking
me
last week.
is
Yeah.
a particular sheet of parchment paper.
Oh, that's different than I thought. Let me just double check that.
But that's not necessarily what I was drawn to. I'm reading everything, and I'm like, why would it? Like, I don't know. I also want the pumpkin cupcake. Wouldn't be bad.
You better get your hands off the cupcake.
No, I'm buying the cupcake. Oh, you want?
I already said that.
Yep.
Okay, well, you can split it with me sometimes because it regenerates every day. It's fine, right? I want a pumpkin cupcake sometimes.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yes.
But that's not what it was. Okay, so I'm going to keep looking because I don't.
At the top.
Is it on the right or on the left?
It's on the left.
The dragon's bony talon was already there.
Sure.
I think.
One moment, please.
He's not picking up what you're laying down.
No, you're right. Yeah. I'm not at all.
Message incoming. Just a moment here.
Okay.
Let's see.
I feel stupid now. Well, fuck.
No, it makes sense. It's on the answer you.
I wouldn't mind getting that little piece.
I'm telling you, it's the socks. You want the pair of old socks.
Is it the whistle?
No. That wouldn't.
No,
the
that's
one
fine.
that
That's fine.
Summons a fae.
No, well, only Faye can hear it.
There you go.
So it is what I. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, essentially, you guys can talk it over who's getting what or whatever, and just let Olindra know she will be there. And this time Dan will be running around too, and you can see him. He's just sort of like dusting, cleaning, going like raising up above the tops of the shelves to look kind of down on things and make sure things are getting cleaned from above as well. And she will point out a couple new things here and there. I believe, yeah, there's a rather interesting item that she's added in there. The molten bronze skin is new, which looks very, very interesting.
That's very cool. It's very cool.
Yep.
Magic item.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it is the plate version, so
Oh shoot.
yes. So, a little out of the price range for the most part there. Did pick up a new potion of flying that's there. If anyone wanted a temporary flight option, the potion is there. The number of essentially a lot of the trinkets and stuff have been added in, sort of labeled with prices and stuff, and so you can see it's there. These would be your prices. They actually are more expensive than that. You're basically given a 50% discount because you're
Nice.
friends. So most of these things would cost more than that. Some of the high price items are going to be that price just because they're so difficult to get a hold of.
I mean,
But
we're
for
not
the
just
most part,
friends. We saved her life and we saved the shop. So,
oh, they're
Yeah.
still cheaper. I mean, they're still cheaper. It's just that something that costs 10,000 gold, she's just like, oh, just take it for 5,000. That's 5,000 gold. The shop would lose a little bit.
crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, there's only 3 items that are that much on the list. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, you basically have some things you can get there. So back to Sora then, real quick. So dragons have not been seen since the Cataclysm. There are some legends and stories. It's a few dragons came with the refugees that came from the Nightmare Lands, but there's no word of what happened to them since then. In terms of to those that came with. It is said that the eldest dragons, the ancient ones, and the most powerful dragons there probably shunted themselves off to another plane to survive the waning and chaotic magics. So if they're out there, they would probably live red dragons moving to the plane of fire. Green dragons maybe going to the Feywild because again they're very much nature based. So again, it really depends on the dragons, and so it's said that some may have survived. There's no record in those in the books you have of how long dragons live. So if they're still around, they might still be alive in these other realms, but no way to know for sure. So that's all you get from just kind of the cursory glances of looking things over there. So there's that. We'll jump over to.
I'll be
Yeah, go ahead.
on the necklace right now just because I'd like the look of it.
Sure.
And as far as the other one, I already took off the gold of it. Can I show Eldon real quick to see if he has an idea of what that is, or do I recognize?
He's not there with you. Give me an
Right. No,
intelligence
when
check
I
to see if you spot it. Yeah, I mean, you definitely can look it over.
Yep. And you said give a perception check.
Intelligence.
Oh, way better.
Yeah, it's
Hold on. Nat 20.
okay.
Waiting for it to come up on this, but it hasn't. But I can promise you that's what it was. Assuming it's the B.
Okay.
No, I think it's just taking a long time to roll.
Okay.
But it's on.
Anyway, so what you will see is an odd-looking device. You're not sure what it doesn't. It's not labeled with what it does, which is kind of weird. It seems pretty complicated. So you're like, it's like imagine a skim like instructions for something, and you see all the detailed pieces to it, but it
Yep.
doesn't say on the page what it is,
Mm-hmm.
and the second page would be missing for like what to do with it. So it's
Right.
like, here's the assembly instructions. Great. What does it do? I don't know.
Right.
So with a 20, you think it might have something to do um, with it's definitely a mechanical movement of some kind, whether it's a part of a clockwork or it's definitely some sort of a clockwork construction. What it does, you can't really tell. It doesn't seem like it. It also doesn't seem like it's quite complete. Like there should be a second page that this piece would fit into.
Gotcha.
Okay. And with the next 20, I'll say it is very reminiscent of like interior clockwork of like a clock or a watch, in that it would cause something to move.
Okay.
So that's what you get from that. So yeah, Eldon could make sense of it more there, and tinkering around with something like this, you could do something with that potentially. So,
Awesome.
Lucas. So Lucas, you were looking into one more time at the Lyceum.
The gem.
Jim,
Chaos
thank you.
gem.
Okay, so it's kind of a bit of a stretch. One thing you would have gotten, and I'll actually so go ahead and give me an intelligence check or Arcana check, which is a little higher for you than just straight intelligence. So to see kind of if you've run around the same. Good. Okay, so you will see. You kind of piece together a little bit with what you read from in Varnek's tome, that you looked at originally. Some of the notes you did collect from Invarnek's tower in the basement there were some random pages of such that not enough to assemble there. But between that and some things you find in here, one thing about Slod is that they sometimes have essentially grow a crystalline structure in their heads. That if you can remove it, it can give someone control over the slot.
Oh wow.
So this is something similar to that, only you start to piece together like, well, what happens if that slot is contained inside of a crystal for 200 years that's containing all of the chaos these things would normally generate, being beings from the plane of pandemonium. So essentially, this gem is just infused with the internal chaos of us being from pandemonium that is just stuck that way for 2 centuries. So it's not something that you can
Wow.
find any relation to. Like this doesn't. There's nothing like, oh, a gem of chaos is this. So the only thing you can find is it's similar to the control gems that would be inside of a Slod's head normally. Not normally, but that can happen inside of a Slod. But gone beyond with a much more powerful, intelligent, psionic Slod. So again, this thing is like it's an oddity from what you can tell.
Right.
So in terms of things like this, something infused with chaos. I mean, you do know of things like the Rod of Wonder or chaos sorcerers, things like that can do oddball things or can infuse things with energy that's very chaotic. It may relate something along those lines. So essentially, you've got yourself something that's chaotic in nature that is almost untapped potential in a way. What can you
You
do
didn't
with
need that. You've already got me.
it?
Hmm.
So something to think about and play with down the road and see what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. So I think then with some shopping out of the way, Eldon, we'll come back to you here. Nils is a
Yes.
little bit, he's like a little bit leery of giving you access to a workshop, but at the same time, he's like, I see what you're doing here. He does say um, he does not want you to assemble any Mysium in your workshop?
Yes, I do not plan on actually. It is mostly just a rough draft is what I'm working
Yeah.
on. I do not plan on actually assembling the product here, as I am missing some components. However, a rough draft is most certainly, and mostly theoretical work. I do not plan on actually constructing this dangerous item in your shop. I will save that for my own
Right.
shop.
Wait,
And
I mean, I make enough of my own dangerous stuff. I don't need you coming in and making it a little bit worse. So,
yes,
so
on
let
the
me
plus
blow up my
Saving the
own place.
dangerous stuff until you're in our home.
so I was going to say, like, wait a minute. No.
And so, say, so you take about an hour, maybe an hour and a half or so, as people are doing other things around here, to essentially work out sort of a launch mechanism for what you would assume the museum
the
would do. Sort of,
molten,
yeah.
creating
And
it
then,
into the molten metal.
so you kind of had the idea of there'd be a reservoir of some kind. The stuff would kind of generate itself and kind of like pack itself into a charge, and then an ejection mechanism and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
you start to
Oh,
kind of piece together the mechanics of it. Although and then going off of the size of the tube you have, you start to kind of piece together what that ejection mechanism would look like there. Go ahead and give me a tinkering tools check
yeah.
to see how well you assemble the prototype, essentially.
And that we're just rolling
Probably
like
just
int.
one of your int skills, basically, because it is an int based thing for you.
I'll just do history.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fine.
there we go.
Yeah, not bad. It's a little rough. There's a little bit of catch here and there that you're gonna work out there, but in terms of like the way the mechanism would work, you think you have a pretty good idea of how to set that up at least. Um, Obviously, the museum's going to behave differently when it tries to launch, so you might have to work out the pressure and the spring mechanisms, but you've got a pretty good idea mechanically of how it's going to work.
That's what I needed. Just the start of the math. The start of the math. That's what we
Yeah,
needed.
exactly.
Oh
Oh,
no.
we lost one. Did we lose? Oh, that's Birdie. Okay. When she pops up, we'll get our camera back there. Excellent. And welcome back.
Sorry about that.
I'm back.
No worries.
Sorry about
It
this.
happens.
It happens. Technology, it's the worst.
Mhm.
And as always, those of you doing shopping there for trinkets and stuff, go ahead and add it to your character sheet as custom items.
Did.
I'll just yeah. So you can even just add it into your notes that you have it. However you want to set up there, just so you know that you got it. If you want to mess around with it later on or do something with it, obviously up
One
to
thing
you.
I can't forget if I do not add it now. I already added the other one, but I didn't like how it turned out.
Yeah.
Add the rest of it
Yeah.
down notes.
Yep. So
Also, and then if we had just a little bit more time, I would add that wand to my gauntlet.
okay.
Yep. So I've got that inside of a little casting tube on one of my little rocket gauntlet things.
Yeah.
What color is that eye displacer beast eye?
It's sort of actually a black color. It's almost like a black marble
Okay.
for the most part.
Glowing or
Um,
anything? Okay.
and it has, let's see, let me double check there. And it has sort of that goat-like barbell, sort of pupil looking thing. How
Mhm.
goats have that little barbell-shaped kind of pupils.
Yep.
Very similar to that. So kind of a black ball with sort of a pale white barbell across it there.
All right.
Yeah.
I
So-
know what a displacer eye above table in game does, but I literally just got it because it sounded interesting.
Essentially, I mean,
I
you
don't
can,
know what the like.
yeah, Displacer Beast. I mean, I would say give me a nature check to see if you know anything about the eye itself. You don't know, it doesn't have any, well, I mean, Amethyst would know it doesn't have any magical properties, at least inherently.
Right.
It may be able to be something be able to be done with it. You would know that obviously Displacer Beasts don't have any special senses themselves, other than what normal big cats would have. But obviously, they are they're magical creatures in their biology because of the way they
Yeah, of
shift
course.
shift reality or
Making you
shift
with like
perceptions.
disadvantage and ugh,
hmm
like
Yeah, they sort of phase in and out. So the eye doesn't seem to itself doesn't seem to display any of that sort of property or anything, but maybe something can be done with it.
exactly. Probably like an alchemy item or something. Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Like I said, I just wanted to hang on to it for the sake of it was a displacer beast eye.
Yeah.
Which we
Yeah.
fought in the last. I won't get into that right now, but
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, I hate those things.
Yeah. So was there something else there, Eldon? What you saying?
No, that was everything.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yep.
All right. So about the time you guys are finishing up shopping, looking around, buying your purchases. Sora, you've been reading. Lucas, you've been reading up as well. Eldon, you've been working there. Trevor, as you're essentially leaving the Mystic Menagerie, getting ready to go hang out with other people there, you and Amethyst step outside, and a young man, probably maybe mid-teens, human-looking, plain clothing for the most part. There, just reaches out and hands you a leather pouch that you recognize.
Okay. I'll tip him a silver,
Yeah,
and
he
then
pockets it and just kind of tips an imaginary hat and
I'll tip my actual hat, like looking up
Yeah.
at him.
Yep.
I imagine I'm looking up at him.
Yeah, I mean he's a human male, so
Right,
he's going to be
human male,
probably
even younger.
a foot or so taller than you.
Yep.
So, yeah, he just looks at you both there and doesn't say a word, and
Yep.
just heads on down the street there,
Yep.
tucking the silver away there. It's your leather pouch that you gave to Lucius.
Of course.
He said you wanted it back.
Yep.
So you will see there a rolled up message, essentially. Actually, we'll just say that there's two. You unroll it. You unroll it there. There's two little sections on it there.
Yeah.
First off, saying, head down to the corner of Silk Road and where is it? Silk Road and so this is the tri-corner at Silk Road, and you're like, what? You have to think about it for a minute there, and you realize it's actually sort of nearby that you met, that you rescued the shopkeeper. It's right down in this area, the tri-corner.
Interesting. Hold on.
Where these three little roads kind of meet here.
And where are we in location right now? The Mystic
You guys are up here.
In the middle, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of up here. Yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, I would talk to Amethyst considering she's right behind me. Like, I'm getting ready to head somewhere if you guys want to follow me along.
You gotta gather
everybody up.
Yeah, we can get everybody together.
Right.
Do you like my necklace, Amethyst? And I'll look at it and then I'll wait.
Oh, you mean the one I wanted to buy for Sora? Yeah, it's nice.
I'll definitely keep you all in mind.
The other message on there is tracking down a lead, some information about your brother. I'll have something for you probably by the time you get done with your sewer jaunt.
Okay.
And it just says, meet me back at the cafe.
Got you.
And we'll just tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you manage to head down the street, knowing where people are, the Lyceum, finding Sora on a bench, not too far away from there, and then down to the Clockwork Emporium where Eldon is. Nils is happy to see you all, and glad you all made it back safely, since you guys obviously hadn't stopped in there since you got in back. But he's just seemed to be working on there. Eldon, I will say this, since you're back again, his shop is kind of crazy by your standards. It's
not nearly
big.
as organized.
No, it's extremely organized.
Okay.
but it is big. It is like a warehouse room with just one wall is entire workbench. Like then there's a whole section that's alchemy. Then there's his forge. Then there's what looks like he'll you don't recognize the thing next to the forge, although you kind of piece together it's his arcane forge, where basically you can strip enchantments and re-enchant things essentially in this thing.
Mr. Niels, I have to say that this is one of the most well put together workshops I've ever seen. I cannot express my gratitude for allowing me to do some moments of work in here. Thank you. Yes, thank you. This
You're
is
very
beautiful.
welcome.
Very
Yeah,
beautiful. Yes.
it's kind of a, I mean it's something I had to assemble over the years, but and you'll kind of point off to a bookshelf that's at the end of the just a little bit down from the end of the workbench, with just it's about maybe four or five shelves, but it's just filled with like various journals, what it looks like there, um, and very few like textbooks. They're all sort of like just blank books that look like journals and such. Um, Pretty much most everything I've worked on has been set up, been come from those books over there, and well, all the tools. I mean, I can generate my own, but it's good to have good tools and everything in its place. So, and just like literally each tool has a spot. It's like one of those corkboard kind of things like that,
Oh yeah.
with the outline of the tool that goes there.
My
It's like literally
basement
that.
or my gun room.
Yeah. Yeah. So literally like the little cabinet with the pull-out drawers with every like type of screw, nut, bolt like labeled in the
Yes.
sizes and everything else that just absolute like ridiculous how well it's organized.
Like I imagine like Fix It Felix's room being or something.
Or
Kinda,
my
yeah. I mean, yeah.
or my junk room.
Yeah, it's I mean, he's a lawful neutral artificer, so it's like everything in its place, place for everything in its place. Kind of his whole thing. So, as you wrap up there, and the others show up there. You guys have a location to start with. Anything
Um,
you want to do before you head down that way?
just before we go into the little drain, Eldon's gonna like stop. If you give me one moment, please, I would like to adjust. So I will like bend down, untie my steel boots, retie them back up, check all of my leather straps on Mizium and metal gauntlets and new shield. Okay, I am ready. Going underground is oftentimes very pleasing, although maybe not a nasty sewer, everyone. Yes.
Any other preparations? I know Lucas, you can look however you want. So, what are you going to look like on this little jaunt into the sewers?
Yeah, just ordinary clothing, just like an ordinary person.
Sure. Kind of plain looking clothes. Okay. Everyone else has their stuff there. Any appearance changes or anything else, or is it all going to? I know a couple of you can do disguise if you want to.
No, I've got my hat on though.
Okay. Alrighty. So you start heading down that way, and Trevor, you can kind of lead the way there, and you will start to recognize the part of town there. This is actually the spot where you did save Brecken
Yep.
from the Brecker from the thieves and originally. It is in this area over here. Trevor, you kind of direct them along the little street there to this little tri-corner that's right here, and you will see it doesn't take long to find. There's actually a really large storm drain set over um, on the north side of things. It is a slope up here, so it's actually kind of at the base of a hill, a natural hillside there. So there is almost like a channel that's carved into the next to the street itself that goes right down to this storm drain. It's actually a fairly big one, as you've seen around the city. Most of them are fairly small and discreet. This one's large. you're able to see where a lot of water would kind of be able to pour down this way and prevent flooding of this whole neighborhood essentially. So you guys are able to head. It takes a moment to figure out how to open the latches and stuff on this thing. There's sort of like the little twist metal bars. You get those twisted in place there, and the whole grate can be lifted up. Um, you realize that once you're inside, the grate can be shut. The same kind of thing up below there. The little metal bars can be twisted inside as well to lock the grate back in place. It is dark down here, so what do you want to do for light?
I'll go ahead and take out a couple of my little light bulb magic tinkering light bulbs.
Okay. Right.
I'll have those floating. I'll do 2, so there's 20 or 10 feet, and then I'll also go ahead and do my headlamp.
Okay. So
I have my
you've
lantern
got-
as well. I do have dark vision, but I've got my lantern if anybody else needs
Yeah.
to use it.
Okay. So
So
essentially,
we're
yeah,
well
yeah,
lit.
we're pretty well lit. So Sora can light up light for dancing lights. Eldon's got a pretty good amount of light there. Those of you who move a little bit far, I mean, Lucas and Amethyst both have dark vision. They can move a little bit further away and see into the dimmer side of things. Trevor, you kind of have to kind of hug the light a little bit since you don't have dark vision.
If Trevor wants to use the lantern, he can.
It's up to you. I mean, as I mentioned, you essentially use 2 hands for a lot of things, so lantern doesn't quite work out for Trevor very well, but you can if you wish to.
Can he put it on his belt or something?
Essentially, and it's fairly big to him. I mean, it's about yay big, which is someone who's 3 foot tall. It's bigger than his head for the most part. I mean,
I'm just gonna stay back a little bit from everybody else, but enough to where I could see like the little.
Sure. Yeah. So
I'll give you a piggyback if you like.
I just glanced over here like I'm so glad you can't see my face in the dark right now.
I have dark vision.
Actually,
Dark vision does not let you see a face, just FYI.
Actually,
Like,
Trevor,
in
with the
dark.
dim light, and most of us are a race of that does in fact have dark vision, and we can in fact see through different shades of color in the darkness. I am having these lights for mostly yours and Sora's benefit, as
I could
the
see
other.
too if I still had my eye patch on.
Oh well.
Clearly not, by the way. FYI, it's not how that worked, but he thinks it does.
Yes. So we can, in fact, see your face. Yes.
Okay. I'm glad you're a fan of my face, Eldon.
Well, I just thought I would correct the record because you said that we could not see your face, and clearly, as creatures
are
who
you
can
okay?
have dark vision,
Are you?
I
Yeah.
am a little bit stressed out as going into underground things. Well, you see, there are many things that live in dark places, and us going around and poking the bear, one could say, is a little bit stressful. Yes.
Well, look at it this way, Eldon. You're definitely going to be able to see the face of whatever's coming.
I mean,
You'll be fine.
obviously.
Nah,
Yes.
you're
always fine.
Every single time we get in a scuffle or a tussle, you're usually the top one that's on everything already. So you got very little to worry about. This is definitely the Oblivion dungeon in the first game.
Yes, it is.
Immediately.
I grabbed a random sewer shot that was clean.
So you all are not going to want to go down here because there's definitely going to be goblins and giant rats. So don't go down.
You are very incorrect about that.
I'm kidding. I'm
kidding.
I'm kidding. But yeah,
so, I will say that. So one thing about that when you get down in here, it's actually clean. As you kind of learned before there, that they don't use the sewers for sewage anymore. They're pretty much just runoff.
Runoff like
Little
China.
And a lot of the areas that are larger like this is kind of, they call it the underroad for a reason. The syndicate actually and some other folks do travel along here and seem to know the routes pretty well. And sure enough, as you get into place, you will see. One sec. Come on now. Go. You will see.
All I can think of is the undercroppings of Riften right now from Skyrim.
Sure.
That's just what I'm picturing in my head right now with what you described.
You will see one more time here a pair of figures that you recognize.
Mm-hmm.
Hello again. These are the people that helped us with the fight, aren't they?
And actually, yes. You didn't actually see this
Loosely.
person. So effectively, you see the woman kind of standing kind of over at the edge here. There's a little bit of water in the channel down the middle. And it's just kind of glancing in there. They're not standing right there waiting for you for the moment, but they will show up in just a moment here. But like I said, the walls are not covered in goop. It doesn't smell bad. It smells a bit brackish. It smells a little bit musty because there's a lot of water, like standing water and stuff for the most part here. There's a little bit of water down in the channel here. And you can see based on the water stains that the water does rise and does rise and fall within those channels fairly frequently. There is a bit of water stains even higher up above where you're standing in this area. So you can see there's actually some water marks along the wall there during the worst part of potential flood management. But after you guys are settling in there, looking around, kind of getting your bearings there, this woman will actually step out across this bridge, and this little guy will drop, just kind of settle against the wall back there. And he is a halfling by the look of him, with a crossbow. He doesn't have it drawn. It's just on his back. And she is stepping up onto the bridge there, moving across towards you. Well, good to see you all again. Look at you guys. You're so much, well, better equipped, and it's wonderful to see you once more. What I understand you're looking for something down here. And kind of
Yes.
Yeah.
She does step into, there is some sort of a grate above here. You can see there is some light coming down. She does step into the light essentially, as this halfling does step into the light there. They're not in the shadows for the most part. They actually are fairly well lit. She does seem to be human, maybe half elf. It's hard to tell with her haircut. But she does step over toward you there. Well, as I understand it, you're looking for some sort of a rat in the sewers.
You could say that, yes.
Okay. Well, just so we're clear, I think we can direct you in the right vicinity. Someone like this isn't going to be living out in the more trafficked areas. Lucius did pass on this information there and a bit of a general description of this person, and I think some of our spotters have seen someone down in the green line. And pauses.
Green line?
Oh, sorry, right, of course. Some of the sections of the underroads are less traveled and can be a little bit messier, smellier.
I would know that part, right?
Probably you probably haven't spent too much time in here. Give me a history check to see how much you would know.
Okay. Wow, that rolled for a long time. 13.
Sure. You've heard of the Green Line there. It's sort of the lesser trafficked areas, like she was saying there. Most people don't go down in that area, partially because it's a bit overgrown. There's a lot of moss and slime and more standing water and such in that areas. It's kind of a nastier area that's not clean as the rest of the sewer area. It's still not sewage. It's just a lot of brackish standing water that gets very algae and moldy and slimy.
Gotcha.
So, he's well, this person, I mean, short red hair, has been spotted moving in and around some of the areas, kind of in and out from the green line. As I said, we don't go down there much because, well, it's kind of gross. And there's some nasty things that can be found down that way too. So we tend to avoid it.
Okay. Now,
So
quick question for you, if you don't mind answering, of course, because you
sure, of
haven't been
course
paid to
not.
give me the information. But while you're down
You,
here,
you
what
paid
are
for
we
it.
expected to face if we do come across anything besides the guy?
Well, like I said, we don't really go down here. So things that might be living in nasty brackish water areas like slimes and things like that.
Oh, goody.
Um,
Are there any?
uh,
Are there any spiders down here?
Not in this section. We occasionally get some in the lesser traffic drier areas, but they don't
Okay.
hit the wet spots for the most part.
So we're definitely not going the dry route. I'm just saying.
Well,
Yeah, we've got a couple of people who don't really like spiders.
oh, right.
Right. I am definitely
So,
one of them people.
yeah, no, it's,
Yeah, you and Sora.
No, in real life, I don't care about spiders one way or another. I like play with one in my hand, but like Trevor is not a big fan of them.
so yeah, so you're gonna hit basically, and she kind of points. You go that way down that passageway about 100 yards or so. You're gonna take a right turn. You're gonna see a little access tunnel, and she kind of describes a route of where to get to the green line. Once you're in there, we can't really help you on a specific location, but at least get you in the right spot. Um, if someone's gonna hide out and they're gonna stay away from us and stay away from the surface folks here, that's one of the best places in the city to do it. And like I said, our spotter spotted someone in the general description that you're talking about in that vicinity, coming and going from certain spots.
Yeah, I figure once we're done here, I'm going to follow some leads and find my brother. But other than that, we got to get this done. We do appreciate the help as always from both of you.
Well, there's one more thing.
No, please do.
So now this person, Lucia's mentioned a little bit about what they did, and someone who can magically create copies of things would be very valuable to our organization. Now, I will say this: they're not skirting any they're not coming in conflict with us in any way, at least not at this time. So we don't want them hurt or anything else, but we could offer them a job. So if you wouldn't mind when you see them, let them know that they don't have to live down in the sewers here. We can give them something much nicer, and a little bit more profitable work.
I don't foresee a problem with that as long as they don't outright attack us. But from what you've said, I don't really see that being an issue.
So I'm just saying that if the opportunity arises and they're amenable to a change of location and vocation, we're definitely interested in bringing someone into our organization that can fulfill those types of skills.
Well, if he returns the item to us and comes quietly, let's say, then obviously we're not gonna hurt him or anything. But if he attacks us, we're gonna have to take him down somehow, even if we just make him unconscious and bring him to you.
Either way, I promise not to shoot him dead.
That's an option as well. I mean, I'd hate to see someone of this type of person's skill go to waste. And if they're, he would be sort of insane to take on the five of you.
We'll take I can assure you, we'll take every major precaution to make sure he doesn't get his life ended.
But this item that he has is potentially very dangerous, so
he's
not really sure what he can do with it.
He's obviously really scared, so we're going to try not to spook him too much. So maybe I shouldn't be the one that talks to him.
Probably.
Me either. I probably, conversations are.
We can have Lucas and Thora talk to him, or Avress, of course.
Well, however you decide to do it, good hunting to you. If there's anything else you need, of course, you know how to get in touch with folks, and we'll hopefully see you again sometime.
I look forward to it.
Do we know your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So rude of me. Linstra is my name.
Y'all didn't know that?
And your friend?
Oh, that's Kelder.
Now him I do not know.
Was
he one of the ones with you that night?
Yeah.
Was he the
But
one
that
scoping
seems
me out
very
on the roof
familiar.
up there? I didn't
And
get a good look at him, so I don't
she
know.
just glances over her shoulder and he just sort of like nods at you. He's kind of like
It was okay. I'm like, I'm
Yep.
still.
Yeah.
I give him a look,
He's-
not necessarily a friendly look either. I'm like, I'm kind of sorry. I see your
He's
face.
a sniper. It's like,
Yeah, I know. I knew it was him. I just was making
Yeah.
the reference because I definitely seen him, but didn't
Yeah.
see him that
Yeah.
close. So I didn't.
Yeah, there was a small figure on the roof there. Yeah, yeah.
Her, I assumed I knew already, at least of her name.
You probably when she mentions her name there, yeah, you
That's why I
it's one
said,
of the
like,
ones
yeah,
you-
you I know him. I don't.
yeah. So yeah, he but of course, no worries. Like I said, good hunting to you. Need anything else? We'll
Yeah,
be in
of
touch,
course.
I'm sure.
If you
Thank
need
you very
anything,
much.
follow the screams.
Where you're going, we're not gonna follow you. Don't worry about that.
What
And
does that
so
mean?
it's gross.
Ah, okay.
And she sort of like mentioned, like she actually she kind of like gestures down there. She has really nice looking boots on, kind of the leather armor there, all form fitting, everything else. That's like, and she does have the armbands on that are very kind of glittery, not like shiny, gleamy, but very nice looking, well fitted. Like kind of like
She's a
gestures
nightingale. I
down at her.
knew it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, kind
Okay.
of, sort of. So she just sort of like, well, and she's kind of like motions off the direction she told you, and enjoy and good hunting to you, and don't forget the message. And she sort of nods to Kelder, and he ducks out first.
Bye, Kelder. Nice seeing you again.
He's kind of just kind of like waves over his shoulders as he's walking. Just doesn't say anything. Just doesn't turn around. Just.
I start like gripping my rifle really tight.
And off they go into the shadows, back where they came from. One thing to add here, Lucas, while you were at the Lyceum, you would have been delivered a message. Just a essentially while you were reading, just a handwritten message to you there from Professor Martinet, who, weirdly enough, is also interested in offering a job to this guy. A scribe who can do this kind of thing in a way that they don't really recognize how he's doing it. So would be interested in at least talking with him, potentially offering him a job with the Lyceum as well. So, so the little note there is like, let him know that let them know if they would like, they have a job at the Lyceum if they would like.
I will mention this to the rest of the group, obviously.
So then, before we go find this individual, maybe it is important to settle on which creation, or not creation, I'm sorry, which organization, yes, we are offering this guy a job to, yes?
Hey, Eldon,
Do we?
Lucas, while we're in here. Oh, no, sorry, you're about to say something. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What?
Just that I'm not really paying attention. I'm still kind of reading my books, so she's not really hearing what's going on right now.
Clearly, just like, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Sure. And with this, you were saying something?
I was wondering what Eldon was talking about.
Well, we have had two individuals say that if we find this individual, that we offer him a job now. Yes. So, and then our actual reason we're down here is just to find that book and maybe stop the individual from doing what he is doing. But now we are being offered. Well, actually, Trevor, is there a way to get your friends back here to see if we could be offered maybe compensation for finding the individual and offering him a job?
I mean,
We
that
did not
in the order, from what I
discuss.
understand, Eldon, information is extremely valuable to these sorts. It's like a currency. I'm sure we'll be rewarded. I mean, if you want me to try to call them back, I could get a message in, but we'd be done with this by the time they get back. I'm sure they haven't gone too far. If you want to yell their names, I'm sure
Well,
they'll
yeah,
come
yeah,
back. But
they're just around the corner, right?
then by all means,
We've
You
got to
want
go
to
and
yell
find
for him
this
to come
guy.
back?
We've got to find this guy anyway. We've got to get the book from him. So,
Yes.
I mean, we can obviously give him the information that we've been given by both parties, let him make a decision. If he wants to continue with a life of crime, then he's going to get punished for it. Otherwise, he's being offered, potentially could turn around somebody who's acting in a criminal way and make them be, a better person and actually have a job and become a valued member of society. So,
all I know
then-
is we're after this guy because I was told to. I don't give a shit that people are criminals as long as they're not stealing anything from us directly.
and we've already been rewarded for finding the books.
Yes, we are being rewarded with an absolutely incredible compensation, which is a good thing. But are we going to what is the word, gag and bag him, or are we going to what is our plan with this individual?
Well,
It depends if he acts in a violent way when we find him. It depends what this book is and what it can do, what he can do with it. If he wants to come quietly, then obviously we'll walk back out with him. If he doesn't want to do that, then we'll have to drag him out.
the one thing I don't want to do is kill this individual, at least not outright. But if we have to bring him in old and cold, then we do. But I'm hoping we just bring him in willing to talk. And
can we all agree now then not to kill him, no matter what? We don't kill him.
No, that's a given. We were
No,
told
we are
specifically not to
supposed
kill him.
This is true.
Unless he actually literally comes out and attacks us outright and we cannot manage him.
Even then, we
away,
knock him out. We don't
but
kill him.
there's no way I don't see him coming out of here dead.
I think that we do have some
I'm in
capabilities
complete agreement with that.
in non-lethal means, yes.
Exactly.
But
We have all kinds.
thing is, back to my original question. The Lyceum wants him to obviously no longer be stealing books. And obviously we have now two individuals that want him to work for him. So what are we doing? Are we offering him the criminal organization or the other slightly criminal organization? Which one are we doing?
The Lyceum's not a criminal organization.
Oh, I don't know. It's kind of scary.
It's just a library, really.
Right. There's a library with a lot of power. So
Sora's going to speak up and say we offer him both and let him choose.
Exactly. And he can choose to continue the way he's going, or he can take one of the two jobs, or even both of them. That's up to him. That's out of our hands.
Well, we're walking and talking, which I assume we're walking and talking at this point. Can I look at the size of the wall and see if we're in like a wet type environment or more dry?
Well,
moist.
So are you walking and talking?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, well in that case, as you go, like she mentioned, about 100 yards down this passageway. Essentially, it's kind of like going back into this corner one over here is what she pointed at. Or actually, sorry, she just motioned you down further to the right, essentially down this way. There's an access tunnel that heads into the Green Line. So along this way, along this 100-yard stretch here, it's fairly dry, a bit cold. There's not a lot of water running through the channel there, so this spot here is fairly dry. As you find that access tunnel and start looking into there, immediately you will catch a more musty smell, like moldy, musty, mildewy type smell from that direction. No roll needed. You can definitely smell the difference.
Right. I never thought I'd say this, but I think we should take the dry route.
Did your
we don't have an
criminal...
option. We have to go down the wet.
Right. Did your criminal friend not just suggest that it was only to the wet, nasty route that she was not going to attend because her boots were too pretty?
I just know I don't like moisture that much.
Now, I won't say it's like super humid. It just you can smell kind of the mold mildew kind of thing like that. So it's not like suddenly you get hit by a wave of wet air. It's just that
But
it definitely smells different that direction.
either way,
So-
like Lucas is saying, we're definitely headed down this route. It's just we need to be ever mindful when we do.
I'm going to take out my notebook and jot down a small note. While I am walking in this, obviously we're going to get very sick. Walking in this mold, head colds for everyone. I need to design a breathing apparatus for if we continue to go into wet, moist, moldy areas. Yes, I will design a rebreather for all of us. It is on my list of things to do now. Yes.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
I'm just saying I can cure a head cold.
Very good.
You can cause them. I'm just kidding. I don't say that.
So as you move into this side tunnel, it's and this one's like about 10 feet tall, like about 8 to 10 feet wide in spots. I mean, and there's a bit of twists and so the side tunnel is more like 5 foot wide, 6.5, 7 feet tall. So Sora, you're kind of almost having to brush your head of the ceiling, and a couple of spots you kind of like turn so you don't brush up against the wall. As you move down this side passage there, it's definitely within about 20, 30, 40 feet. You definitely start to see more signs. This is not well traveled. It's definitely there's more gunk on the walls a bit here and there, some some lichen or moss growing on in patches and spots. It's a little bit warmer down in this part. As you're getting more underground, away from the access grates and everything else, that there's not much in the way of a breeze down here, and so you're underground. It's warmer than outside, definitely, but still kind of that underground cold. That's sort of a bit of a chill in the air. And as you move along this way, kind of give me an idea of what I'm going to put you out here real quick. Just one sec. Let me just put you all on the screen here. And show me your marching order, like just from top to bottom, kind of as you're moving down this. Again, it's only about 5 to 6 feet wide. It opens up a little bit further, so you're going to have to kind of travel single file. So put yourself in just from top down to the bottom there of a marching order.
I'm going to suggest Sora at the front, Lucas at the back, me in the middle of the half, and the small people either side of me.
Sora's reading a book, so she wouldn't be out in front.
Yeah, and I have to stick
Probably
to
needs to be.
I'd stick to. Yeah, I was gonna say it's game time, Sora.
Sora, you need to put the book away. We need to pay attention now. What's going on?
We'll be short resting eventually. You can read then all you want, but we're gonna need our surroundings around us, I think.
Yes, we are going to most certainly have time to read books later. As you see, I am not reading any books at the moment, and that is normally my normal state of being. Yes, I am no books.
He's a bookworm. He's about the size of one as well.
He is a tiny little fella.
Trevor, you're hidden in the back?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe
You're
not
in the
like
back?
behind. Well, I'm your only ranged fighter minus that's what I do.
Except for all the
Yeah,
spellcasters.
Except for all the
Except for
spellcasters. Yeah, we know. The only melee fighter we have is
I'm
Sora.
like,
Everybody else is Sora.
Unless somebody
who's not a
actually-
ranged fighter is Sora.
No, but like somewhere in the back. I wouldn't be up front, like for sure.
Yeah.
as long as we don't get jumped from behind, you know.
Well, there's plenty of us back there if we do.
I'm kind of like sticking a little bit next to Amethyst. but
There's no
just-
next to someone in this.
Okay,
this
just kidding.
It's like
I'm in
maybe 5 to 6 feet wide most spots there, so you would be squeezing next to her, like brushing along the walls next to her.
Oh no, I've got way too much on me to do that. Okay, I am in front of her.
Sure, no worries. There'll be some spots where it'll open a little bit. You can spread apart there, but for the most part, you're going to be having to travel single file. Okay, so now we know kind of who's in what orientation. Good. So, as you move along, the floor starts to get a little bit more slick. There's some standing water as you see some like puddles, and there's some like chunks of masonry and stone missing where water has gathered and pooled a bit. It's not cold enough to freeze the water down here, so it is just standing water, and there's occasionally you get kind of a waft of moldy smell, mildewy, from little um, grates on the sides that obviously would be smaller areas that would drain into this spot here. It all does, and you realize moving there, it does slope down a little bit. Like you are heading a little bit further underground. Not a strong slope, not that you have to watch your footing, but it's enough that you can kind of like tell when you look back behind you, the floor, it's definitely gone slightly uphill, behind you at least. So you're heading down deeper. It is much darker, as I said. Uh, there's no grates in the ceiling any longer to let in light from the surface, and you will see essentially any form of light disappears, and so the only light you have now is what you're carrying. Give me, let's see, I guess then give me survival check, perception, or investigation to see what you whatever's going to apply for you for your personal style of looking things over.
Ignore that.
Okay, so perception, investigation, or survival. Okay.
Say the words again.
Perception, investigation, or survival.
I'm anyone great today, y'all.
Whichever one you're best at.
I didn't even mean to roll mine. I was like literally clicking on survival to see what came up, and it rolled.
Wow.
Okay.
But we'll go ahead and count that.
All right. Excellent. All right then. So Sora, up front there, you are definitely like looking in front of you. You have the dancing lights around you, kind of bobbing along with you there. You can see that there's no footprints or scrape marks or anything else in the kind of the muck in front of you. It's not thick patches or anything, but there's like you can definitely see some like moss on the floor. Some again more standing water. So you're definitely not seeing any tracks or anything else in front of you. So you definitely get that much there. Investigation
Are
is
we
around there. So
Are we seeing tracks behind us as we walk?
Yeah, you are definitely leaving tracks as you're moving through.
Okay.
Your feet are definitely like scuffing some of the moss and a little bit of the slime or muck in spots. So you can't help but get a little bit on your shoes as you're moving along there. So you're definitely leaving tracks behind you as you're going.
Can I take some samples
Sure.
of just some fun stuff? If I see anything, can I do like a nature check to see if there's like any of these that would be of use for.
Yeah, nature check, yeah.
Yeah.
I would just say that you're training up there. You're not going to find anything that's like really useful at this point here. It's just basic, like your typical like algae type growths, your typical moss. Nothing that's really going to be
of alchemical
useful,
use at this time.
Useful as anything more than you would need for like moss or algae. I mean, they have uses, but there's nothing strange here. Let's just say.
I can in our little cave at home. I'll
probably
have
find
something
something very similar. Yeah, you find something very similar here.
That's fine then.
Lucas and Lucas, sort of in the middle. You will definitely, in kind of looking at the walls and everything else, you will see spots where something has brushed or scraped away the moss and lichen on the wall. Like something has brushed through here at some point, because there are uneven patches in the growth. Like you'll see sort of like a patch of moss, and there'll just be a scrape along there where part of it has been brushed, like it's scraped away, and it's sort of regrowing, but there's unevenness to it there. So something has definitely moved through here and scraped along the wall. And also with that, you're going to see some scoring on the stonework of the floor and the lower parts of the walls. Old, not something as recently as you're moving through here, but old, consistent with something corrosive, like moving along the wall and like eating away the stone partially. With a 25 there, definitely something like slimes.
Right.
So just making that you know of slime creatures that exist, and they tend to have that sort of markings along the walls and floors. Obviously not recently because there's still like growth on the floor itself. There's some growth on the walls, but you just see like evidence that there has been that through this region. Okay.
I'll mention that to everyone.
Okay. Right. So moving further down the passageway, eventually it starts to twist and turn. Like it's not like the straight shot, so kind of gently slopes one way and then back another way, and you start to see little offshoots, little tunnels that head off in different directions. And I would say, Sora and Lucas, with those and Amethyst there, you're up near the front as well. You will spot one of the passageways that definitely has a different pattern to the growth on the floor. Like something has been through here more recently. Like one of the pathways off to the right, old, nasty, slimy growth on the floor. Nothing's been through there in quite a while. But one of the passage, like a little passageway off from the left at one spot, shows much more recent. No, not footprints per se, but something has disturbed that growth recently. And so, essentially, will put you at sort of a straight ahead, left and right. The passageway you're on doesn't seem to be highly traveled. Passageway to the right, not recently traveled. Passageway to the left shows signs of recent travel, but no actual footprints. Which way do you want to go? Straight, left, or right?
I say we go straight.
Okay.
Well,
So you were in the leads. Okay.
Yeah, not.
Right. Okay.
We're following Sora then.
Okay. So Sora, you keep going straight there. The passageway dips sort of down a little bit further. At this point, a little bit more of a slope. And I'm gonna need you. You're in first there. Give me a dex check. Dex save. Why not?
I don't do well with stairs.
I know.
Neither does anyone in your campaign. No,
I'm fine.
Lucian's fine.
I'm
Yeah,
fine on
Lucian's
stairs.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
So you realize that as it's sloping down a little bit more here, you at one point your feet start to slide, and you kind of like keep your balance. You don't fall over there, but you do put your hands out on the wall there to kind of stop yourself from sliding further down this passageway.
I
and
will-
So
I will gently yell back to be careful. It's super slippery.
you do see that there's that the slope is a little bit more pronounced here, and there is slime on the floor as you make your way down this way.
Can we do prestidigitation to clear some of the slime as we're walking down there?
A little bit at a time, but it wouldn't be enough to be able to clear enough. It'd be like every 6 seconds you take a step, and so
Right.
essentially it wouldn't clear enough of it in one go If you wanted to clear a place to stand so you wouldn't slip, that wouldn't be a problem. But in terms of like walking, it would be like step, clear, step, clear. It would slow you down significantly. You could absolutely, but it would take you a long time to move through here.
Right.
So, all right.
By the way, I will say, while we going in here, if you guys ever hear a particular horn, that is me calling for help. But you all will be the only ones to hear it. I just don't think I've been over that before.
We're not planning on splitting up anytime soon, are we?
No, we are not. Not in
This
here.
is not a place to separate the party, for sure.
Well aware.
Okay. All right. So, give me a perception check. Those of you at the front of the party. Those of you at the back wouldn't be able to see this. So, yeah, it would be Eldon. Back to Amethyst, even.
Okay.
Lucas and Trevor, you're a little bit too far.
Guidance.
Gotcha.
Also,
Sure.
Not that it mattered.
19. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
9.
okay.
6.
So,
Holy crap.
Sora, you are moving along there, kind of moving quietly, moving carefully. You manage to keep your balance and everything else. And you're looking kind of where you're going there. And Amethyst, Lucas, you see the path just drops. And Sora is about to step off.
Well,
Like there's just a it just like going along there, and all of a sudden it's just drop off.
does Sora stop? I'll try and
Okay.
grab her over Eldon.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
So
yeah,
you
you
guys-
can just reach directly over.
With your rolls, you catch it soon enough there. Sora, you look down, and you're like 2 steps away from walking right off a ledge. I mean, and at that point, you will see bound below you, actually a large, well, it looks almost like a reservoir, a cistern of some kind. Like the water would drop off here into a pool, and there are some drips, and you sort of definitely hear a more pronounced drips of water from this location here, as there's a fairly large open space in front of you.
Are we talking we're like deep enough in these tunnels that it's the type of dark where the like light that we have is swallowed up by the level of just how dark it is down here?
Pretty much,
Kinda dark, yeah.
you're well underground at this point here. The only light is yours. So
Oh yeah.
as you look out, you can see the bottom. I mean, you can see that there's water down below you, and there's some drips from other places there. But it looks like almost like a channel of some kind is running along here as you look down over this edge.
How far down is it?
At least 20 feet. You're not sure how deep the water is down there. You're looking down at water. You can't, and the water is very brackish, and within the light, it's hard to see color in the light with the dancing lights since they're blue. It's kind of dark, brackish looking water. As you look down in there, it's like 20 feet down to the surface of the water.
Yeah, let's not
Alright.
that.
It's 20 feet down, guys. But I don't know how deep the water is. So I think we need to turn around and go back another way.
I think we're going down that left or right tunnel then, yeah.
Yes. Let's not go near the water. Not yet. Let's find another way around. Let's
My instinct.
Yes.
I can tell you how far the water is, or how deep it is, without really endangering myself too much.
The problem is getting you up here.
That's not going
To
to be a
see
problem.
it.
You're underestimating me quite a lot, but I do appreciate the concern. I'm gonna I don't know if my thing works that way or not, but I'm literally gonna does anyone else have any suggestions other than me trying this before I do?
I'm letting you know
Just turn
I
around
am
and go
as
back.
I am as wide as it is wide and as tall as it is tall. So if you plan on trying to get around me, it will not work.
Well, that's what she said, and I jump and I'm gonna hook the grappling hook and see how far I can go down the water.
There's a couple of tunnels back there that, one of them looked like it had been disturbed recently, so probably should just go down that way anyway.
Give me an acrobatics check. You just go ahead and do it.
Yep.
So Trevor kind of squeezes past because he's a small-sized creature, he can do
Mhm.
that. And just fires his grappling hook up with this.
Yes.
Maybe.
Roll that. No.
Remember
we're
that
doing
conversation we had a few minutes ago about not splitting the
Uh-huh.
party?
Don't worry, I'm not splitting up. I'll be right back. Ignore that second one, please. I don't know why that did it twice, but yeah, which is
Okay,
good. It would have been re-rolled anyway.
All right. So
15.
it catches on something up there.
Right?
You can't see the ceiling. You kind of fire it into the darkness. Catches on something as you jump out. And how long is your?
It's the one. It's going to be the longer one because I'm not pulling anything towards me, so it's going to be 30 feet plus whatever is or something. So we'll see.
Okay. Well, it's. Let's see. So you managed to not plummet down into the water, at least. You're kind of swinging back and forth on your hook as you lower yourself down to the surface of the water, because it's 10 feet up and 20 feet down, so 30 feet total. So you're basically dangling over the surface of the water.
Okay, now let me ask you this. If I pull out my rifle, which is the longest thing I have on me, which clearly isn't the size of probably a regular rifle, if I put it all the way down, not trying to fire it, do I detect any, do I feel any bottom?
The water.
Okay, it's just kind of dipping in. All right.
Okay. I mean, I will say this. You take your rifle out and you stir it in the water.
Right.
Okay. You don't feel a bottom from where you are. I mean, you're dangling maybe a foot or so above the water, roughly, and you kind of stick your rifle down in there. Okay. Give me perception checks, everyone.
Oh my gosh. Dude.
Why?
Why? We literally just said we will back up and find another way.
I could not be so angry. I just,
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's not good. Okay.
Yeah, no. I'm going to re-roll that perception check with my inspiration that I got, if that's okay.
Sure, go for it.
I don't know. If I wanna...
Amethyst.
Everyone else is making a perception check, then I'm not going to waste my inspiration on that.
Well, Amethyst, I will say this: there is a tingle from the blade.
Yeah, and at that rate, I'm going to pull myself up immediately. FYI.
Well, I mean, this is so about the time that he's dangling there, stirring the water with his rifle.
Not literally stirring it. I was dipping it.
Well, you poked it down. Sorry, you poked it down in there. So you poked the
completely still water in the bottom of the cleared.
Eldon, Lucas, and Amethyst, you see the water move.
Get out of there now, Trevor, now.
I'm trying to, but I used all my movement.
There's something in there.
Yep, there sure is.
Get out.
It's a giant anglerfish. I told you guys already.
Let's go ahead and let's.
I'm
gonna say this.
Remember, you're grounded.
No, actually, I'm not. I wish I was grounded. I wouldn't be down here. Now come get my ass up.
You've got a new nickname.
I would be pulling myself up with the grappling hook. Just FYI.
You have a new nickname. Before we do like a whole rounds of actions and stuff, I do have this crowbar. Is it one of these crowbars that has a hook on it?
Sure, that's a crowbar. It has the hook on the end of it. Yeah, that's what crowbars. But it has the hook end and the little slope end. Yeah.
Can I reach out and try and grab the rope from his grappling hook to pull him toward us?
Don't need my grappling hook. It's self-pulling. Like I can just elevate it towards.
I will say this.
Angling you toward me is more important than you climbing up.
You're also down below the radius of the light, because so you're in very dim light right now.
Right.
Because they all have dancing lights up above you, and so you jumped and lowered yourself down into the dim radius of the light.
I definitely did.
Okay. All right then. Go ahead and just let's see here. Just give me an initiative check. Just you.
Initiative check? Oh.
Yeah, for initiative. Just you this moment, because essentially something is like you all see something move.
13.
Okay.
I didn't. I heard them say something moved, but I
didn't see it. Yeah. As you're sort of looking down there, something in the water moves.
Yes, it's definitely deep.
And
that's what she said.
You have an opportunity to raise yourself up.
Yeah, and I'm going to do that. And I want to take a shot so bad while I'm lifting myself, but
At
I don't.
what? You don't.
I know
see
I don't
anything.
see anything, but I was going to take
Like,
a blind shot straight into the water
you
where
don't-
I did, but I'm not doing that. I'm just pulling myself back up.
Okay, so you pull yourself back up there.
Why did
as
y'all
you
let me
do,
go down there? Sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
As you do, looking down there, you will see this tentacle, like up from the water, lash out there. And what's the reach on that tentacle? Not enough. So
I've seen hentai. I know where this is going.
essentially, a tentacle reached up there about 10 feet above the surface of the water, as you see something large underneath the water kind of move. It doesn't break the surface of the water. You see the tentacle wrapped up about 10 feet up, and just kind of like flops around a little bit there as Trevor's rising up past there. It doesn't latch onto him because he's able to move up past it. So Trevor, you are now. Well, do you pull yourself all the way up the length of your grappling hook?
All the way up. Yep.
To the ceiling?
Well, it'd be to the closest to where I would be back with the group.
Okay, so you are now 20 feet because you jumped out and fired. There's 10-foot line up to the ceiling, and so you are now dangling a little ways out from the group.
All you see are disappointed faces.
Yeah,
and that is
but
all
the
the
light,
first
and
time.
the various
It'll
lights
last.
twinkling and
He
shining
can't
at
see
you.
anything. He has no light and no dark vision.
Well,
He can't
at this
see.
point, he's up in
No,
the light
he's-
again. So he's
he's up with us.
So we'll just say this: he is literally dangling from his hook.
So I said,
About even with all of you, just kind of like, we'll just say slowly turning in the
Well,
light.
I just feel
all
like
you
I'm
see
doing that
is-
thing in Thor Ragnarok where I was slowly turn around, talking to everybody, and have to wait until I come all the way back around again. Like, okay.
Very disappointed in you right now.
Listen, that's my job to do the stupid things. You're
See how it
supposed to do the
feels?
smarter one.
And mine wasn't even stupid. I was in control the whole time. You almost
I
got
use-
yourself killed.
Can I use Mage Hand to pull his butt back in here?
Essentially, yeah, between you.
Mage hand
and-
can only
and-
use like what 5 pounds.
So between Mage Hand, between Sora's crowbar, and whatever else you want to add into this effort, there you can get him over to the point where he can release his grappling hook and not drop it 20 feet back down into the water, and retract it there.
Is the tentacle mass still tentacling, or is
You
it
look
gone
there,
back
and
underwater?
there's something is moving. After a moment or two, the water sort of goes still. It doesn't break the surface. It just sort of like I said, nothing comes like lashing out or anything like that. Just sort of something moves, and then it goes still. The tentacle drops back below the water line.
Trevor,
Okay.
you see the valuable lesson that I stated earlier. There are dark things in the dark, and we do
Right.
not mess with dark
Yeah,
things.
and
in the dark.
I proved to be a very valuable lesson right there. I went down there and hoping to find out how deep it was, and then I found out there's something down there that's very dangerous. So now we know not to go down there. So I think I did pretty good.
Of the dark,
Pretty
still
much knew
water.
we don't know anyway. All of us except you, apparently.
No, I know now.
Okay, so no more foolish ideas of jumping off of ledges to dark, still pools where clearly there are tentacle monsters.
I don't think I can make any promises to that. But if there's any more tentacly things out there, I can assure you that I will be avoiding that.
Anytime you have the urge to jump off or fly off or whatever, anywhere, just let the party know first. Out of
the game, I did.
First.
I was like, I have an idea in case anyone else wants to check, and then no one said anything.
And we were saying, turn
I
around, we're
am
going to go back.
1,000%
And then
sure
all
we
of a
said
sudden,
don't
flew
do it.
over our heads.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
pretty sure
Yeah.
all of us said we're gonna.
Everyone
go
said don't do
backtrack.
it.
But I
And the
mean,
only person that didn't speak up there would have been Lucas. But everyone
right?
else
See, if
definitely
Lucas would have said something, I definitely wouldn't have jumped.
I'm so angry with you right now.
It wouldn't be
All
the
right.
first time; it will be the last.
Okay, we will
So-
turn with the original plan, backtrack,
So-
and find another tunnel.
I will
Yeah,
say
now
this.
put
You will see,
Lucas in charge.
If you
With Lucas
as,
involved.
yeah, so as you kind of like had to almost backtrack a little bit there. At this point, you really can't squeeze past everybody, so you're gonna have to kind of reverse order and head back the other direction. So do you want
Yep.
Lucas to be in front there, Trevor behind you, or are you gonna put Trevor out in front of you?
Trevor's behind me.
Oh, good.
Trevor's
The
in the
one
back
guy
at
in
the
the
moment.
back that can't see anything. That sounds fun.
Yeah, you follow the light. That's what you do.
You were in back
You
before.
were
and
in
you
the
couldn't
back
see anything.
anyway. That's why
So,
I said you should not be in the back.
we'll
You
just
were
go
like,
ahead.
no.
So now, let's just go ahead and do this. You're heading back down this direction.
Amethyst is so
Hitting my head.
disappointed.
I'm so
It's-
upset.
And we're doing this, basically?
No, he's Trevor. Trevor should be between Amethyst and Eldon is where he should be.
And if
Okay.
he stops, I'm just going to kick him. Every time he stops and gets under my feet, I'm just going to kick him forward.
There we go. So heading this direction. All right, good. All
I'm gonna bring out an extra 2 lights, so I get an extra 5 to 10 feet of light happening in here.
Okay. Right. So Sora, you kind of glance over your shoulder there, and the water is still for the most part. You don't see anything like large, like surfacing or anything else like that. Looking back behind you there, there's definitely, but you do hear kind of a soft sloshing sound that's sort of somewhere in the tunnels, like some water kind of sloshing or something out there.
Like it's hitting wall or it's hitting floor?
So it sounds like almost like a bathtub. The water kind of sloshing in the bathtub there up against the walls. So something disturbed the water enough to make the water actually slosh back and forth a little bit.
Okay. Let's move.
Okay, so Lucas, you backtrack along the way there. You end up sort of at that pre-way intersection you were at before. At this point now, tunnel to the left is the one that's no longer like not disturbed. The one to the right is the one that's more disturbed than the one the one you're currently in is very disturbed because your footprints are all tracked along the way here. So, again to the right. So you hit on the right there, and you will see. The tunnel gets a little bit wider as you go down a little ways. It's not going so much down slope anymore along here. It's just sort of like winding a little bit, and it starts to get a little bit wider as it goes, to the point where it's still not comfortable enough to travel side by side, but you're not brushing up against the walls now as in certain spots like you were up top. You will eventually.
Good. That means my armor's not getting scoffed up anymore.
Yep. Okay, let me prep this real quick.
Is there as much light in here as it looks to be, or is it still pretty dark?
Oh, it's dark. The only light you have is yours.
Gotcha.
There is no natural light at all. Okay. So I want you to go. You're going to be on the bottom right. So right down here. See where the path is?
Yep, it's where I am fine, or like more like down here.
No, you're down
right
here.
Here, I would say, right there.
So essentially, Lucas, you were first, I believe. Then it was Eldon and Amethyst, kind of coming in this direction here, and then Trevor, then Amethyst, and then so sort of about that. And what you will find as you move into this large open space, again, so the chamber winds around, gets a little bit wider. You're at the point now where you can, and you see there's a opening ahead of you on the wall where you can just see that the room opens up. And let me just make sure I'm looking at everything the way it is. Right. So some things as you move into this space, and you let your floating lights sort of bob around here. The things you notice immediately. First off, where you're standing on right here is almost like a cleaned off section of stone. Like the floor has been something has been done with the floor that sort of cleans it up. And to your left and right is just slime, moss, mold, and gook. It's not like it's just like dirty and if you kind of reach out there's still floor there. It's not a drop off or anything else. It's still floor. It's just that it's cleaned off where you're standing at this point. Eldon, Eldon and Lucas, probably give me a nature check, or if you're trained in nature, give it to me. If you're not,
Guidance.
then sure.
I'm not trained, but I've got decent nature check.
You're a jack of all trades, so yeah. Essentially, bards can make any knowledge check pretty much because of what they are, and there you go. So Eldon, I mean, obviously something's been done to clean off the floor in this section here, but Lucas, you can see that something has been literally done. You can see almost traces of where the slime and everything else on the edges. It's almost like someone has either like sprinkled something to make it die away, and then like almost like shoveled it clean. Is almost what it looks like to you. That something like there's almost you can see that it's literally like it stops at that edge there. Like something was literally either someone like cleared it off physically or sprinkled something along there to clean it off. So someone made an effort to clean this.
It's very gooby gone.
Kinda, maybe something along those lines. It could have been something alchemical in nature. It could have been something natural. They could have been almost basically shoveling it clean. But the edges of it look like someone actually did like kill the slime and mold.
Are the edges fairly straight on either side?
Fairly straight. It's like someone like dumped something in a fairly straight line there. It's not perfectly straight. But it obviously it looks purposeful at least. It does. You see, there are large pillars up ahead of you as you put the lights there, and this little like weird cleaned off pathway does take a jog to the right. You guys can, if you want to zoom out to, let's see, probably the best. Not sure. Let me make sure I'm. There we go for the cameras. As you come around, this is a wall on your right here as you move in, but it drops off to here where this is just a little, only about maybe a foot or so high, and there is water to your right, greenish standing water, and it does continue off in this direction to the so this is a large section of water, some sort of a grate or a drain of some kind right up here. As I'll move you up a little bit so you can see, so you'll be able to see that. That's probably the last. I'll move for you guys, but I'm just gonna put you up there. And again, this little low wall, it's like 1 foot wall, continues around here. You can just barely see that with the radius of your lights as you move into that space. The chamber does.
Is all of this? I was gonna say, is all of this like dirt? Like we only have this path.
Dirt, yeah, so dirt, moss, slime.
So
yeah, it's just a dirty floor.
It's just a dirty floor. Okay.
It's a dirty floor. You can see that it's still stone. It's just been cleaned off in this section. The rest of it is all sort of just like there's like lichen and moss and mold and slime just sort of covering the floor everywhere else in here. But it is all floor. And the room does continue further to the south, and does continue there.
Okay.
So the one, yeah, so again, your light radius is about what, 30, 40 feet at this point?
It's 40 feet. Yeah.
40 feet.
Yep.
So you can see to about, you can probably see about to the edge from where you are over here, with this low stone wall along this, what looks like the little channel of water. Again, here, these large pillars going from floor to ceiling. The ceiling is about 10 or so feet high here. And let me,
Oh, we lost one.
Oh, no worries. I'm gonna do a quick.
It's like it was Bernie and
Is it
Lucas
Amethyst?
both.
Oh, it
Yeah,
both.
but it just crashed. She's coming back.
Yep.
Okay, let me
Yep,
just
they're both.
move this.
Weird. Jim's camera just completely froze halfway
Yeah.
through your word. And I thought
Oh.
Jim's camera froze, but apparently it was mine.
Oh,
Yeah, it was you and Rob both disappeared for like a split second. Came right back.
Oh,
all right.
helps a difference.
So, with 40 feet, so go ahead and start moving yourselves a little bit. Just kind of take a move, if you in whatever direction you want to go. So you can move a normal move.
I'm gonna go.
Jim, instead of a
walk.
move,
I'm just kidding.
can I do a spell?
What you want to do?
I want to do Divine Favor.
Divine favor. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So,
So it's concentration, right?
yes.
So don't forget your smite spells are also concentration, so they will break your divine favor if you do smite spells.
Yes. Sure will.
I used my mage armor as well when we got here.
Yeah, you already have it up there. Yeah, I assume. Yeah.
Lasts 8 hours, doesn't it?
You can go ahead and move as you do that, Sora. You're not.
Okay.
I want to see where you guys are going to. Eldon, from there you will see 40 feet. We'll see across. There's actually a bridge of some kind, a makeshift like wooden bridge, stretching across this channel. And I will just open this up a little bit more. And at the edge of this, you will see this side. There is some sort of just beyond the lip of the edge here, there is a wall, a wooden wall, and a very sturdy looking door. Almost like a vault door. Describe it more like a submarine door. Like set in this sturdy wooden wall across this bridge. As you see that, you hear some sounds. Some shuffling sounds from off to your left. Something is moving.
Off to my left, I'll go ahead and send over. So I'll turn to my left, and then I'll send out my little drift globe, magical tinkering ball light things.
Okay.
I'll send them out this direction.
Okay. So, all right. So as you send them out there, it does illuminate more of that slime and mold, some more pillars, and eventually, as you get them out to about here or so, you can see that this wall, basically from this point back, this is a high wall again, almost. So, is a wall floor to ceiling from this point back. And so it curves around the backside over here. There's some sort of a grate right here, and some sort of a drop off into looks like another grate in the floor, or essentially in the water. The water sort of like dripping down into, right over here. Don't see any source of movement yet, but you definitely hear something out there.
I will turn back quietly. There is something moving out there. We need to be careful. As I previously stated, there are dark things in dark places, and this is clearly fitting that list at the moment.
So are we going towards it, or are we going up that bridge over there you called out? Assuming you called it out.
Right now, how about we not do anything and just sit for a moment?
But things will hide a little bit more over here since their lights don't reach quite that far. So, okay.
Yeah, they don't reach that far. They only add like another like.
So just to clarify here, just so we know here, again, this. Let me point it right here. This is floor to ceiling stone wall. These are the 1 foot stone walls all along this way here, and then floor to ceiling stone wall here.
How high is the ceiling?
About 10 feet. Yeah, I think Rob froze this time. His camera's frozen. I just heard him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob's did for sure. Bernie's hasn't though.
Yeah, it's interesting. You guys are trading off.
And
Weird.
Nan looks like she's dying, so it always looks like hers is frozen.
I am dying, y'all.
I'm sorry. You can just tell she looks awful.
It's these
Yeah.
allergies, y'all.
Yeah.
Have you taken antihistamine?
I have.
Might be why she's so tired. The Benadryl
I'm
knocks me
supposed
out.
to take the non-drowsy ones.
No, I took a Zyrtec, y'all. It's the D is finally kicking in, so it's not fun. That's why I cover my camera.
Oh, gravy.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, so that's so you all can hear something is kind of moving off in this direction, getting a little louder. You don't see
which
anything out of it
direction?
yet. It is up this way. So, so you
I didn't
back there,
see
sort of straight ahead. If you zoom out to about 60, you're going to see a little bit better a view of the map, and then scroll out a little bit there.
I'm zoomed out to 30%. I didn't see anything.
I didn't see you ping. I don't know if you're on the GM
sorry,
layer.
I know why.
You might be on the wrong layer.
This direction. Yes, I was.
Thank you.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
So I had just moved something on the GM layer. So
That's okay. We forgive you.
yeah.
I'll go ahead and walk a little closer to the bridge.
Sure. Okay. As you move, there is a sort of a grate or like a porthole window in the doorway itself, and you don't see any mechanism for. There's a handle, but you don't see any way to like. Essentially, the door would probably pull toward you, by the look of it. But you don't see any way. I mean, you don't see any locking mechanism. You don't see anything else on this side of the door. You see that window and a big handle to pull.
I'll go ahead and reach down onto my left wrist and twist the little cog that's there and summon my little owl familiar, which has 120 feet of dark vision.
Okay.
And take an action to look through his eyes.
Alrighty. And setting it out there?
Yeah. So I'm gonna have him basically sit on top of my head and then give a good look around.
Okay. I can't show you without showing everybody else, so I will describe it to you.
Okay.
That from this direction, in the darkness, there are two large shapes, sort of sloughing along.
Uh-oh.
And you're all starting to hear this now, sort of that sound from that direction there. And you will see, Eldon, through there, large bulbous-looking shapes, sort of like slopping along there, almost bipedal in nature, but there's sort of like just sort of like this weird bulbous bodies with a few different like tentacles reaching out from it, and these large, strange mouths like kind of opening and lolling and drooling over things. Coming from that direction. They haven't seemed to
Does
really.
anyone know what they are?
Well, so far, only one can see them is Eldon. So give me a Nate. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Are they within 60 feet? Because I've got dark vision.
They're not within 60 feet yet. This is all to scale here, so they're definitely out in the darkness there. And Eldon put some lights up so you can see kind of in this radius right now, but they have not come into the light yet. Eldon.
27. There we go.
These are Otyugs. Otyugs are basically trash monsters. They eat anything.
Poisonous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trash.
So they haven't fully come into view yet, but about the time your owl kind of gets in view of them, is able to see them. They are starting to track and look in this direction.
Very shortly, we are going to be attacked by what my people refer to as Otyugs. They are very poisonous, strong, tentacly monsters. They have a reach attack. Be careful. They are poisonous. If they have a bite, they deal
massive amounts of damage. Everyone be ready. It is coming very soon.
In fact,
I'll start training my rifle on him.
You don't see them yet.
I know. He
in
said
that
they're
direction.
out
Sure,
there,
yeah.
so
In
I'm
that direction.
definitely
Yeah,
pointing it.
absolutely.
I haven't seen any.
Okay, let's go ahead and roll initiative. Turn order should be up. It is cleared. Everyone should be able to get in there and do that.
I will be using my inspiration to reroll that initiative, if I may.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, this time I need a high initiative, I get the feeling. Not much better, but actually quite a bit better.
It was like not much better. It's like it's
Yeah.
17 better.
It said 7 at first. Looked like
Gotcha.
7, and then it went to 20.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, or 13 or whatever it was. So I'm like, okay.
Alrighty then. Let's see here. First off, let's go ahead and get some a little bit more. Actually, no. Where is it? This is the one. That'll do. Yep. Let's see. Let's drive it around there.
Trevor's not on the turn order.
Trevor, you always do that.
I don't know why. Like, it's all in the same window.
I'll put you on there, and then I'll change your initiative to the.
Like, everything else is rolling. You see that? It's just like.
Well, it's rolling, but you select your token first before you rolled it.
I did the first time, at least. No, I'm not saying like I did like that. I'm just wondering why it's not working. Wait, go back real quick. And then add that to 20. That put it on there that time, of course, makes me look stupid. Sweet. Love it. Sorry about that, y'all.
You're rolling again here. What's going on here?
I'm not doing anything. I'm literally just trying to turn my thing into a 20.
Yeah, well, I see a 16 and a 15 now, and a 20 and a 7.
I literally only rolled once, so like I don't know what to
like I'm
I literally
you have the buggiest Rion 20 ever because it rolls like 5 times.
I know, it's annoying. It doesn't do it every time, but it's like okay, and it's different rolls, so it's not like it's like accumulated.
Let me change it to what it was because your first roll, the roll you should have is the 20. Oh, you got it there now. Okay, all right.
I changed it.
Okay, cool. All right, so let me. Amethyst, what's your dex, Amethyst? Oh, let me see here.
14.
Okay, this is why we use the tiebreakers. Okay, now we can sort again. There we go. Alrighty. So yes, now we have everyone's got in there in the right order. So Lucas, so I will say this, Lucas, you know there's something out there. You can definitely hear it. Eldon's told you the direction they're coming from there, but you can't quite see it yet. They have not come into view. So if we look at your 60 foot here, let me just see where that's going to be for you. So you can see to about there. So kind of that spot there. So you're not in that view yet. There's a little extra light because, yeah, again, Trevor, Eldon's got a couple extra lights bobbing around out there, so you can see a little bit further.
Definitely.
So yeah, what do you want to do? What's that? Who put that there?
I didn't mean to do that. My bad.
Yeah. Okay.
I was trying to move my owl familiar and accidentally.
Oh, gotcha.
Put that up. Yeah.
Cool. No worries.
I'll ask Eldon how far away are they?
At this, Eldon, you would know based on your familiar there, they're about 80, 90 feet away, roughly.
They are exactly 85 feet and 3 inches from my location.
So I will drop a fireball 80 feet out.
Okay. All right. So just kind of pinpoint. So right about, let's see, 80 feet from you. That would be about there. Look good? Not sure you can see where I'm pointing. So pretty much, yeah, you can actually, it has to be a point you can see. So technically be right about there. Okay. Let's see what that template looks like then. Let me pull that up real fast. Spells. 20-foot radius, right?
Yeah.
Ignore that, sorry.
It's right about, let's see, right there. Come on. There. That's centered about there. Okay. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and make a saving throw for these guys. This should not be very, very impressive. Nope, TC 16, so does not make it. So, yeah, it goes ahead and roll that. The damage was 33. Ouch. Poor guy. Get rid of that fireball. So a massive explosion goes off, and you all hear there's a from back around the corner there, from beyond the darkness as it lights up there. And in the flash of light, you will see outlined this, well, I'll just bring it out here so you can see what it looks like there if you want to click on it and see it. It is, whoops, come on now. Yep. It is, again, this massive, bulbous, weird-looking body, multiple tentacles coming out from it there, and a huge mouth full of weird, misshapen teeth. It's just covered in slime and little smaller tentacles reaching out in various directions there, and it's rather gross. In the flash of light, it gets lit up, and then it's definitely singed and scored from the fire that hits it. But it does not. Again, you can't. Once the light flare goes away, it's still out there in the darkness.
Crap! Didn't even make that. Sorry.
Anything else, Lucas?
No, it's fine.
Okay, Trevor, you are up.
Okay, I still don't see this thing, right?
Not yet. Nope. You know where it is. You saw the flash and the light there, but the light goes away. Hit this back. You can see there's somewhat smoldering, like flame left, like patches of fire, not like lit up and burning. You can see sort of the embers off in this direction, about where it's at. So in this direction.
Can I shoot there
with disadvantage?
With disadvantage.
Because again, you have no visibility, no true visibility on it.
Absolutely fine. So can I use the grit to cancel that out then? In that case.
Sure. Yeah. A straight roll.
Otherwise, I was just going to ready my action for my bonus action. I'm not going to use a certain spell because I imagine since I can't see it, I'm not going to be able to do that. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to. I'm going to hold my action until I can see it in range, and then I'm going to use the new spell as a bonus action.
You can't. When you ready an action, you don't get your bonus action. You get up your bonus action.
Then I'll just pop 2 shots off. And in fact, well, if that's the case, then I might as well just take my shots now. Because definitely. Okay, cool.
Okay, so take a shoot. Okay.
Yeah. And obviously these will be normal, not at.
And we looked it up last time. It was a grit point per shot, wasn't it?
Yep, per grit per shot.
So the first one will be at a straight roll.
Yes.
The second one, unless you want to put another grit point.
Second one will be at disadvantage because I'm not wasting those grit points.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make that roll.
You did. I'm just waiting on it this time. All right.
Sure.
16. So a 20 or 16. This is sharpshooter. I don't have it, but.
Okay, so in that case, it'd be -5 for plus 10.
Yeah, I'm just being honest. Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah.
Okay, so 11. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. You kind of shoot for where the darkness, where the kind of smoldering patches are, and you hear it ricochet off the wall, off there. It doesn't actually sink into the meat.
And this one, I'm going to be stupid and not do sharpshooter, and I'm actually going to end up should have, but that's okay.
So it'll be disadvantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, the rifle we definitely need to call out. So.
Yep. See, it's going to hit, but it's going to be. I got to re-roll still.
Yeah. So when you go to hit, just right-click on the roll, and you can choose with a disadvantage. You don't have to roll twice. You just literally just right-click on your attack, and choose disadvantage.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. But go ahead. I mean, obviously, roll it again now because you're basically.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to do that.
Oh, sorry.
Disadvantage.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely hit. We'll call that 20 damage. That first damage you had there, because it's.
Mhm.
Oh, it's Eldon. Sorry.
My
Yeah, it was
bad.
this one up here. I'm looking at. Yeah. So,
Hey, I was trying to do
um,
that disadvantage,
for
but
the
I
27
accidentally
to the
clicked.
17, the 17 does hit.
Okay.
And so we'll go the 20 damage there. So yeah, the second shot there does sink into it. It's just like hitting like a sack of wet garbage just
Right.
into it there, as it does slam into something there. And let me double check something here. Yes. No. Yeah. All right. So it does take some more damage. Alrighty then. Amethyst. You see the fireball go off from Lucas. You see a couple of shots going off from Trevor there into the darkness. You can't quite see. You see the direction it's coming from, and you saw the flare of light there, and the thing in that. And you can still see the smoldering embers from this thing
Just
getting lit up by the fireball.
how big did you say this thing was?
Large, about 8 feet
Gotcha.
blob. It's actually almost brushing the ceiling with its tentacles
Gotcha.
as it's kind of forcing its way through
It
here.
is safe to assume that the tentacle that hit this is not the same tentacle that went after me. I would imagine, right? Or do I not know? Because I got a pretty decent view of that tentacle, but
you can't see its tentacles yet.
okay.
So hey, you fired into the darkness and hit meat.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll take that too because I got lucky on that shot.
Yep. Okay. Which one are you bringing out, Amethyst?
I'm gonna go with the beholder.
A what?
A beholderkin.
Crap! I don't have a target mini for that.
Oh, let's go with sword then.
Okay. I need to see what you have on here again.
Yeah, the other next one.
Yeah. What does it say? Which
Stick with
ones
the
they
sword,
are? Beholderkin, Slaughter, Star Spawn. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately they're not.
I think I can use abilities from my spell sheet. So
yeah, I'm trying to see here. So so you have what I'll do then? You can use the stats if you have the stats for it from your sheet. And want to roll as attacks, whatever else that you can do that. Essentially, yeah, I will just. But I will put out a slot. You can change it to something else at some point. Come on now. Where's
there's the beholderkin has an eye ray that can reach 150 feet. So
okay. Well, why am I not seeing my slot? Where'd you go? Is it dropping in someplace I'm not seeing it? Where's it going?
if you look in the Roll20 chat where I cast a spell, all of those pink boxes I can click on.
Okay.
So like the eye ray, it would be 1d8 plus 3, and I click on that box and it just does it.
Okay.
So you don't need to have the stats.
All right. So yeah, you can go ahead and roll those. For some reason, that's not let me put the token out here. There he is. Okay. So yeah, the Beholderkin. I don't have a mini target thing for that yet, sir. But you can call it whatever you want. Does it have vision that far though? Can it see that far?
No, but I was going to cast it out a bit further in so that hopefully it would be able to. It has 60 feet dark vision.
All right. So let me just see how 60 feet is for you. You can drop it.
I can't move
there.
it. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Let me assign that to you so you can do it. Let me go ahead and this token.
The range on summon aberration is 90 feet, so I figured if I could get it, not that far, obviously.
It don't let me give control of it to you.
It doesn't matter. Just stick it over there somewhere.
That's what she said.
Right about there. You can see that. See, that's about there.
Can you see it?
It can, yeah, at this point. It's definitely within its range. So it can see it right. Let's see here. I will reveal some more here and just realize that you all can't quite see this yet until you move out to space. So here he is, right about there. Okay. It will see that there is a second one right about here. It was just outside the fireball range. It was up around the corner slightly. So yes, it is right just beyond that darkness there. So it can see it, but none of you can yet.
Okay.
So go ahead and attack that one with your. You can go ahead and if your beholder can shoot that, blast it with its eye ray.
Wow.
That's the damage, which needs to roll the hit. So it's your spell attack modifier to hit. So basically make a spell attack, generic one.
Say that again. Make a what attack?
A spell attack roll. A ranged spell attack roll.
How do I do that?
Just any one of your ranged spells you can just roll to hit with. Doesn't matter which one it is. It's going to be whether you hit or not.
That thing can attack twice. And it can shoot twice. Well, I beam can. Because it gets a number. The multi-attack of the aberration is half the spell's level rounded down, which is 2. So it has 2 I beam shoots.
Sure. Okay, so just any one of your cantrips, you can just go ahead and roll it to hit. It doesn't matter what it is. Just making it to hit roll with it, because it uses your spell attack. Okay, definitely hits. Okay, and then do it again for the second eye beam. They both hit. Okay, so roll that second damage then. The D8 plus 3, your pink box there. Excellent. Okay, so it does 9 more damage to it there. It just takes it and it sort of kind of like just the whole flesh bubbles and warps around there as the impacts, the eye beams hit it. Are you not playing still?
I can't believe I rolled 2 d8s and I rolled a 1 and a 2. That's terrible.
Yeah, not so great, but it is out there looking at. It is now looking in its direction there. You can kind of see that all out there. All right then, Thora, you are up. You saw again between Eldon's lights that are out there, you can kind of see that there's now a floating beholder-like thing, a big eyeball bobbing up and down in the light over here, and firing off at something in the darkness. You saw the fireball go off, so you kind of know something's out there. You can't quite see it. You can't quite see this guy yet. You know he's there, though.
I ran and used my action to dash.
Okay. I need you to make me a dex check as you go out in the muck and slime. Dex save.
So I haven't run out there yet. I had a feeling.
Oh, apparently I did more damage to him.
Okay.
You should have been a +4 on both of those damages.
D8 plus 3. Why is it D8 plus 3? Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
It's 1d8 plus 3 plus the spell's level psychic damage. So he'd take a 4. Because it's a 4th level spell, it would have taken a 4.
So 8 more.
Plus 4 psychic damage.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get 8 more. All right, so you managed to not slip and slide, so you kind of get out there. So essentially, what's going to happen is each turn you're in there, we make a dex save, DC 10, to not. Otherwise, you're in difficult terrain. You manage to slip and slide your way there, get your full move. You see that beholderkin bobbing up and down there. You still can't quite see that guy yet. He has not come into the light range. So yeah, you are out there in the open though. Eldon, you are up.
That was not difficult terrain.
It is. If you make a DC DC 10 dex save, is not difficult terrain for you. But it's every turn you have to make that check. If you're off the path.
I will go ahead and move out as well. Me and my owl. I like that fireball thing, so wanted to come this way, so let me
give me that
make
check.
that check.
Yeah, it's not. It's just a physical thing. So yep, you made it. Okay, cool.
All right,
Able to move
then
out there without slipping and sliding.
yes, and then I want to aim for a little bit farther, so like aim for more like right here.
Remember, you can't see there technically because what's your dark vision?
60 feet.
So you can see because you have between your lights that are there. Let me just double check that. That's 60 feet from where you're at now. But yeah, so you can see him. Yeah.
I can see him.
Sorry, you didn't move your guy there. There you go.
Yeah. I want to keep holding on to him. So, bonus action. Okay, no. Okay, so 5th level. I'm gonna hold out my wrist, and the turret will spin around to my brand new shiny thing where that wand is, and fire out a 5th level.
Okay. So you're blowing 5 charges?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I only got a 33 off that. That's some sad stuff. All right. Eventually, I can reroll all those ones.
Okay. Let me go ahead and make their save. First one makes the save. Oh my goodness. Second one does not. Okay, so it's taking damage there. So you see a flare of light as there's one here, right over there as well. It's in the radius, based on where you dropped it, and it will be taking the full. This will be taking half. So it's going to be 16 damage from this one, and this one's taking the full 33.
Okay, and then for my bonus action. Let's do. I will go ahead and give my bird. Oh, I can't do that. That's an action. Just kidding. Okay. Yep, that's it. That's my turn.
So you can actually see the one that's up here too, because it's 50 feet away. So yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, sweet.
Just beyond the darkness there. Okay.
Yep.
From your spot.
Okay.
All right. They get to go now. Alrighty. So let's go ahead, and this one's gonna go. Let's see what they can move here. Oh, good. Get right up to there. He will go ahead and move up to this thing. Doesn't need to go that far. What am I saying? But yeah, it does.
You mean the meat shield?
Yep. And let's see. Oh, that'll do. This one comes where the fire came from. This one's going to come charging out of here over to Sora. Right about there.
Bring it on.
Okay. So essentially, it's sort of like, it's kind of like this thing comes like blah, 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 as it's like stomping and sliming its way toward you, and you can see it actually is almost like looking past you, like it's going to go through you, and instead it just like kind of like skids to a stop right in front of you and starts attacking. So we'll do the first one on the Beholderkin first. It can make one with a bite. Beholderkin, I don't think a 10's gonna hit. And then it's gonna tentacle. Oh, okay, your Beholderkin. What are its hit points? Let me pull up there real fast there so I've got
40 plus 10. For each spell level above 4.
40.
So 40. Yeah, because it's 4th level.
Yeah, it's not even a monster in the DMG. That's great. Okay. All right. So it's going to take a total of 21 there from the first tentacle.
Out.
And it is considered grappled. And it will hit it again for another 11. 22 to hit. So it's like latching on there. And it basically just wraps those tentacles around it, and so the thing is grappled right now. It is considered restrained, so it can't move away.
Okay.
Beholderkin is grappled and restrained. Sora, the one on you is going to go ahead and do the same thing. It's going to bite you. Try to. 20 to hit. Does not hit you anymore, does it?
No, it does not.
Yep. You manage to, like, the bite comes in and you kind of like manage to keep the teeth from clamping down on you, get your shield in place there. The tentacle is going to lash out at you. 13 does not
No,
hit.
it does not.
Duck out of the way of the first tentacle. And the second one, you just literally just sidestep it as it slaps down next to you there. So yeah, you just, this thing's just like biting and slapping tentacles at you. That's that. Lucas, you're up. You can see these things now. They're definitely in the light for all of you. These things charge into the light radius now. Again, just huge bulbous things, tentacles, and Trevor, these look similar to the tentacles that reached out. You had that little spade-looking thing on the end of it there.
Okay.
It lashed out at you.
What are the chances of this being the same one? That was more of a rhetorical question, not actually asking, by the way.
Yeah. What you got there, Lucas?
I'm gonna
Don't move that sound.
drop another fireball.
Oh, okay. Bye bye beholder again.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. I will pull the template out there. You tell me where to put it. Come on now. Where's my templates? Okay, so it basically looks like this. Oh yeah, that hits right about there. Would not hit Sora.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, so right
Gives
there.
her face a little bit of a tan now.
Yeah, so Sora got that little
Yeah.
like after effect of the flare of fire in front of you. It'll hit both of them.
Mommy, shield!
Yep. I think even half damage will probably take it out there. That'll bring it up to 40 damage then total. So even if it saves, it's gonna end up gonna be going away.
Rude.
So let's see if this one makes a save first.
Do want to say you can still be mad at me, but at least I didn't shoot your slot.
Does not. This one, it's sort of like it's just a burning pile of meat now. It just kind of slumps to the ground there. The tentacles go limp and slap on the ground as well, as this one is burning and gone. This one will try to make a save here. Does not. Even close, and takes all 26. And so yeah, Sora, it is just the nastiest smell ever. It is wet, burning garbage. It smells like tar and trash and other unmentionable things that is just now on fire in front of you. Probably one of the worst things you've ever smelled in your life. And you grew up in a docks town.
Gross. Y'all might want to plug your nose.
Anything else, Lucas?
I will give Sora Body Inspiration.
Cool. Sorry, you got it. I will mark that. In fact, I forgot. I'm going to do that and give you the red dot as well. I'll give you guys your inspiration dots. Trevor, you used yours.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Although I still have plenty of luck.
Yes. So you guys have your inspiration dots on you, just so you got them. Okay. Alrighty then. There's that. Let's go ahead and move on to Trevor.
Yep. Right up here, right alongside of Lucas, and I'm going to.
Why don't you just use your, your slingshot thing and just throw yourself at it like you did earlier?
That's a great idea. As a matter of fact, I think I'm. No, I'm not. This first one is not going to be sharpshooter.
Okay, just straight shot.
It's a straight shot, but if it hits, it is going to knock him prone if he makes a save, or if he doesn't make a save. Just FYI.
Do these tentacles look the same as the other tentacles, by the way?
It's just, yeah, I already asked that. It's
Oh, you did say that.
You
Fine.
think so? Yeah.
You didn't
It's a
say
little
it was for
spade
sure,
shape.
but yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So. Did it not come through?
Nope, I'm not seeing it. There it is. Okay. Yep.
I'm not going to keep
All right, so it's making a what save to not fall prone?
I think it's a strength save. Let me double check real quick, please.
Okay. Yeah, it makes a difference with these guys. See that 14 first.
Crap, where was it?
I'm going to give you a little piece of advice. Make the second shot, knock it prone.
Okay.
You would know this.
Okay.
Because making a range attack as a prone creature, you're at disadvantage.
True. Yeah.
You never want to use your first shot there. You would know that. You would know that trick.
If that was the case, I can tell you that would definitely be a it would have been a sharpshooter for sure. But let's just keep it.
Yeah, good.
We'll keep it for the 14. It's fine.
Yeah. Just
all right.
So
the second shot will be the same, or be.
Okay.
You know what? I'm just gonna make it a sharpshooter. Because
okay.
Yeah. Why not?
And you gonna go prone the trip shot as well. Okay. Make that attack. -5 is 18. That will still hit. So, yes. These guys are not hard to hit.
They're not. Now, let me
so
check.
That's 25 damage then. Oof. And it is prone. We'll just do that. I don't know. It's fine. So you'll see something on it. Okay. Anything else you're going to
do? No. That DC was a strength saving throw of 14, by the way.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry, I had to look to make sure.
It blew it. Okay.
Yeah.
There's not an advantage, so it is on the ground.
Yeah. That's just going to be my next thing, because I'm assuming it's Amethyst and Sora. So Sora's going to automatically crit on it, and Amethyst, I don't know what she's doing, so she won't.
So advantage of it, not automatic.
Advantage, I mean, sorry.
Yeah. Amethyst, you are up. It is prone. It's still huge. It's this mound of like weird blubbery filth covered flesh. It's hard to say. And but tentacle's still writhing there, but it is on the ground there by Sora. Okay, fine. You get a clear shot from there.
Never seen so many 1s and 2s in my life.
Oof. Yikes. Wisdom save. Well, actually, strangely enough, have a decent wisdom.
That's how I felt about that fifth level
not good
fireball, by the way.
Yeah. Not gonna do it for you then. It is what? How much? Okay. It just sort of like quivers and like shudders. This is it can't. It's prone, so it can't really run away, but it will still try to make that save, right? It's going to be afraid of you. Is that right?
I don't think.
Distant Whispers, I believe, it has fear. Is that one? Am I wrong on that one?
Yeah.
Failed, but means a reaction failed to move as far away as people allow. Doesn't move in obviously dangerous ground. It is prone, so we'll be moving at half speed. So if it does blow this, never mind. Poof.
Oh dear.
Oh no, it already failed its save. Never mind. So it does try to move away. That doesn't count. It already failed its save, took full damage. So it does try to move away. It is forced movement, so Sora does not get an attack opportunity, but it does sort of like blob, like 10 feet away.
It's psychic damage.
Yep. you have a bonus for psychic damage, don't you? As Aberrant Mind?
Sorry?
Doesn't Aberrant Mind get a bonus on psychic damage? Or something like that?
No, a bonus against psychic damage.
Okay, I could want to get the bonus for it. So, okay. All right. Cool. So yeah, Sora, it sort of blubs away from you a little bit there, kind of like the kind of crawling away from you as he just whispers goes off. Sora, you are up. Sora.
Nance! Woo!
Oh no, she's falling asleep.
Diana!
I say just take her turn for now.
Oh dear.
Poor thing.
She's still breathing, so that's a plus.
That's a plus.
Just messing with you. Okay.
She ain't dead.
Alrighty.
Did someone have her phone
Okay.
number?
Yes.
I just texted her.
Oh,
It's fine.
It's way more entertaining than the rest.
It's okay. I will just go ahead and say
She's so
this thing
sick.
is at 1 hit point. I'm just gonna roll the T20 there. No, it's not that great in the first one. Okay, so she steps up to it and just smacks the hammer down in the flesh there. It sort of and slops still. She had advantage on it anyway, so yeah, that first one definitely hit. He just cracks down in there. The blubbery flesh, like it's like smacking like a trash covered Jello mold. Just and it just slops into nothingness. Eldon, Sora would go there. There are more. You hear some more humming.
Humming?
Like as the sound dies from these two, you realize you can hear more.
Which direction?
Definitely from the direction these ones came from, but you realize there's also more coming from the south. As you start to hear multiple coming.
So
I hear lots coming.
Yes. There you are.
We heard lots of snoring. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding. She's on push to talk. We was not.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Nance.
Also, give me a Actually, no. Amethyst, Lucas, and Trevor.
I don't wanna.
You're in the position to see this. Some water actually splashes up over this wall.
No.
Like something like there's a surge of water that comes up from this grate as water sloshes over the wall. And what you will see right about... Come on. Let me...
About to be. I knew it. I knew so much.
It's a cube.
I love the game. Now, speaking of jumping in, here we go.
Now, this is sort of coming up over the from this grating, and you can see there's lines of like almost a grid pattern as it's pushing its way up through this grate and up over the wall. So it's like a whole bunch of little tiny cubes pressed together as it's reforming itself around this grate as it comes up there. Sort of like slowly sloughing its way up on the edge of this little stone wall around the side here, as kind of following a surge of water. About that time, you also, Trevor and Lucas especially, will hear some sounds from the door over here on the side of this bridge.
What?
Like there's actual like something happening on that door.
Yeah, we need to get there.
Eldon. Yeah, about that time, you're gonna again. You don't see it initially. You see Sora there. You hear the sounds of more Otyugs coming from some direction there, and turn to see a greenish, gelatinous-looking thing pushing its way up up over this wall, moving in this direction over here. Just off to Amethyst's right.
I will reach up to my owl and touch it and give it a third level Dragon's Breath fire.
Okay.
And then I now am having him concentrate on that. And I will go ahead and bonus action order him to fly over it, breathe fire, then come back to me.
Okay.
Is my bonus action.
All right. It's going to take some fire damage. Come on. Where's my...
Oh,
There it is.
12. You fail.
Okay. It shudders and smokes a bit. I mean, it's ooze, so it's and you will see it actually is greenish in color. It's actually come up out of the. It's sort of the properties of the water, and it clunks. There's a clunk, clunk sound as it's sort of like pushing things that are embedded in it up into this grate. It's trying to push its way through. So it's
That's
like
funny.
it's at least partially stuck as it's trying to move upward out of that space. And let me put him on the initiative chart so I know where he's going to be at. Oh, what do you know? He got a 0.
Gelatinous cubes. Rolled a 0.
Yep.
And then I would like to try and move over here.
Okay, give me a dex save to move that far.
Or check, right? Check. Or save. Check or dex save?
Dex save. It's dex save. It's like it's similar to the grease spell. Is how it affects there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you make it enough to be able to move your move. So yeah, you don't move half. All right, so yeah, you get back over onto the drier, cleaner space. And yeah, at this point, you're also in the direction here. You are hearing sounds coming from this door across the way, that submarine door.
Okay. I am going to make my way that direction later. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Some more sloughing and stomping and slurping from off in the distance somewhere. The cube actually already made its move here, so it's basically sort of like trying to push its way over, but it's like still partially stuck in place where it actually can't move into your space there, Amethyst. It is just sort of like sloughing over, like it's kind of oozing its way over the edge of this little stone wall into your spot. At the bottom of the round, this door opens up. Sort of like that. And standing at the doorway, you see a red-headed figure. Let's go ahead and stop the ominous music for the moment. And you see this, you gotta see off the figure.
Stop playing with the hot dogs and get over here. Hurry up. Come on. You're just going to attract more of them. They got to keep coming.
And you sort of like
Come on.
as you see this guy right over here waving you toward him.
Don't worry about Goobox. Just leave him alone.
He has a name.
Gootbox?
That is my most favorite name for a gelatinous cube that has ever existed.
Did you say Goobox?
Do we need to go over
That's
there?
exactly what he said.
Oh. All right. Well, it's not,
Gootbox.
I definitely be
That
headed
is
over there to where
awesome.
it is, but it's not my turn yet. So
He is my best friend now.
Lucas, you have initiative first. You want to head off that direction, or you want to stay back and do anything else?
No, I'll head over.
Okay. He does step slightly out of the way, so you actually can move past him, and I will reveal a little more of that room as you start to see.
I would talk to the thief at this point.
Well, okay. So Lucas, you head off in there and just head on, and he kind of waves you past him.
Come on, get in here.
Too trusting, Lucas.
Now we're fine. And that's what
Door
I was.
slam shut.
Yep.
I'm just kidding.
Mhm, mhm.
Anything else you want to do once you're in there? Just wanted to move in there and hold off.
The ground, obviously.
Okay.
It's a
All right.
double move to get there. So.
All right. So we'll describe the room once everyone's inside there. So I think. So is everyone going to just plan to make moves to get inside there?
Mine was, I was
Yep.
looking at Amethyst. I was going to ask, that's what I was going to ask, to make sure that I presume not, I presume he knows this thing, and making sure that if Amethyst didn't try to walk away from it or something, that it wasn't just going to try to outright attack her or something.
Yeah. You may not know much about an Atlantis cube
Right.
there. You can give me a check if you want, nature check, or I guess oozes would be at Fallen Arcana. But essentially, it doesn't have any arms or limbs
Right.
or anything else like
Yes,
that. So you can see it's not reaching out for her or anything like that. So, so you want to move into the room?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to move in. And as soon as I do, and you said he's got short, curly red hair?
He has like actually red. So I will show you guys. Let me since okay, then we can go out of turn. Everyone's plan is to just make a run for it and get in there. You guys can move in.
While I was backing up to it, I was going to what in the world?
Okay,
It's just
so this is what he looks like here.
Him. Okay.
That's him. So that's what you see as you kind of run past, getting on into there. The Gelatinous cube, you will see there's actually some chunks of metal that are still kind of stuck underneath the grate that it's trying to pull itself free from, as it's pushing its way in there. Things kind of eventually drop off and slough off into the water as it manages to get up over the edge, but it was completely stuck there for a while. You're able to run past it and move on into the room. As you move all inside there, he will slam the door shut.
I was gonna hit that cube with a ray of frost, like give him 5 feet of movement as I was running past him, type of thing.
Sure, I mean it has an armor class of 6. It's not hard to hit.
Right.
He's kind of and so it slows it down like, and you hear you see the guy in the doorway going, whatever. and as soon as you're all in, he does shut the door. And let's go ahead and clear our turn order and put it away. Okay, and we're gonna open up the room here for you all.
Is Goobbox a friend of yours or a pet or?
No, he sort of lives here. I just, well, I have sort of an arrangement with him. He kind of keeps the place clean and
So he's a
trash. I throw things into him to keep him visible.
You feed him and he gives you something.
Well, I throw metal and stuff into him. He doesn't eat it. It just, you can see it easier that way when there's stuff embedded inside of him. So it's a lot easier to avoid him when you can see him. He's pretty clear and he's pretty translucent and hard to see unless he's got a lot of stuff floating in him. So I throw chunks of metal in there that don't dissolve very easy, and you can sit there. So anyway, who are you people? What are you doing down here?
I think we're looking for you.
And what you see before you is about, and Lucas, this looks very similar to the guy you saw before. The clothing is a little bit different, but yes, so the shock of red hair, slightly red beard, spectacles on the face there. He's dressed in very plain-looking clothing in here, it's almost like pajamas, but not quite so like informal. It's just sort of like plain linen shirt, baggy trousers of some kind there, belt around the waist, but just very plain looking, simple clothing. Inside here, yes, you will see there are some sort of strange mechanical, alchemical, whatever lights set up around the room, just sort of giving off a very, very nice yellowish glow. There is a massive desk here with a big chair in front of it, bookshelves on either side and wrapping around the pillow over here, a bed in the corner, and Eldon, from your corner, you can see there's a couch over in this little alcove over here. On the desk, you will spot there is a book stand like one of those little almost like a pulpit kind of, or use on a pedestal, or what's where I'm looking for. Anyway, it's a book stand. You kind of prop up there and have a little arm that comes down, holds the book open. Then on the table itself is another book that's open. You can't really see much more details about that from where you're standing for the moment here. We can put everyone inside, and he will we'll go ahead and close the door and put it back in place. You kind of move you out of the way a little bit there, Sora, so we can close the door. And he doesn't. You can see there's a whole series of switches and levers and a spinning, basically what you can see on a normal submarine door, the big spinning wheel. You kind of grab the handles on and spin it around. He doesn't latch all of them. He just latches a couple of them and gives the wheel a spin. And then you can see a couple of latches close there. But there's about a dozen or so various locks and latches and various things, and he does things in kind of an odd order for the most part, but only locks about, like I said, 3 of them, and gives the wheel a twist. He looks you all over.
So, sorry, Morgan Billsley, who are you?
Oh, to be quite frank, we're the ones that are going to bring you in today. It's just a matter of, we were sent here to find you. No reason to beat around the bush.
We've come to bring you a choice.
Right.
Wow, y'all are so like direct. Hang on.
So,
Hey, Mr. Guy. So the
Morgan
library has found Morgan. Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. The library up there has found that one of their books has gone missing and or duplicated. Do you know anything about it?
I mean, he doesn't. Even with a 10 insight, he glances at the bookshelves and the desk.
Yeah, of course I do. Right. So,
Hold on.
eventually, I suppose.
Yeah, well, now they want to hire you, but also the syndicate underneath in the sewer systems would also like to hire you.
Deer in the headlights, like, what?
Yeah. So we're basically giving you a choice, but we're here to make sure that you safely get to one of the two. But it's your choice.
Need the book that you took. You're not supposed to copy that one in particular. Just
you haven't already copied it now, have you?
Which book?
Yes,
I've taken a lot of books from the Lyceum over the last 6 months or so, and which one are you?
Journal.
Maybe you can do the right thing and return them all.
Did you legally check any of them out, or did you steal every one of them and not just the one we're in question for?
I borrowed them. I have the credentials to borrow.
I copy them.
Well, how about the ones that you didn't borrow?
I borrowed all of them. I don't intend to keep any of them. I
just the one you
borrowed them and made copies. And I just recently finished one of the ones I picked up recently. From
that'll probably be the one.
From the restricted section.
Yeah, from the graduate library.
Can I make a perception check, insight, to see if he's being reasonably truthful about the borrowing all and not stealing any books?
Give me a check there to see. I mean, you definitely have formal pajamas.
Is it a perception or an insight?
It's an insight. Yeah, it's definitely an insight.
Okay. No, good.
Yeah, perception doesn't. Yeah. Oh yeah.
18.
He's dodging it for the most part there, but yes, he did borrow them. He didn't steal any, and he always returns them. You can see, and he's not lying about that.
Right.
He's definitely
hiding some stuff.
He's hiding something, absolutely. And Lucas, you with the 21 over the 20 there, you catch specifically that he has the credentials to borrow. He's not telling the whole truth there. especially. That's the part. That's the part he's definitely not quite saying the truth entirely.
I'll pull him up on that and say, you have the credentials to borrow from the restricted library?
Yes, I have the credentials. Right. Yes.
I don't think so.
Ooh.
No, I have them, but they're just forged.
Right. That's not quite the same thing as having the credentials.
Right. Well, I was able to. Yeah. It's your fault, you know.
He looks at you directly, Lucas.
I had to get a better credential because you reported me. You were the one, weren't you? I saw you in the library.
Well, that is a possibility, but how are you doing it?
The forging?
Yes.
Credentials?
That's Sora.
How are you forging them so perfectly? Because no one could actually figure out how you were going about it.
You mean the credentials or the books?
The
Let's
book
go
is
with-
what he's talking about.
The books are specifically what I'm speaking of because.
Well, I'm not going to tell you that. It's a trade secret of mine. It's something I developed myself.
Well, here's the thing.
No.
You can tell him now, or
No.
you could tell. So
Well,
you are going to
you
cooperate
do-
with us, correct?
Or go ahead and finish that threat. I can sense what's coming here. What is it?
Fred? No, Fred.
Well,
You're
I'm going to speak to him telepathically, and I'm going to say,
Okay.
just listen, right? You've got to give us the book from the restricted section. We've got to return it. That's what we've been sent here to do.
Right.
If you return it without any kind of fuss and bother, then we can make sure that you get to safety, and you can either go and work for the syndicate, or you can go and work at the Lyceum, or you can do whatever the hell you want to. But I would recommend you leave this life of crime and do the right thing. And then you can go and speak to both parties, see which one you prefer to work for, and do it that way. Work for both of them, as far as I'm concerned.
Tim, you said the library was over here? Is this where his library?
There's bookshelves kind of wrapped around here, and there's bookshelves all three. Yeah, so he essentially has these like wraparound bookshelves around these two pillars, and one more set of bookshelves over here. Plus, on the desk, there's one open book on a book stand that's propped open there, and another book open next to it. Lucas, you're probably the best view of that, and you're looking over the book there. You'll see that the book on the stand and the book on the flat on the desk there has a blank page there, and there's a bunch of other pages that are opened up there. The one on the stand there is open, and you can see it's there, and you see that there's some pictures of plants on some sort of a plant on one of the pages, and a bunch of text.
Can we go to break here in just a minute? Number one, and then number two, I also do have a third proposal. I did not actually clear this yet with my friends, but I am looking for someone to assist me with some research, is the thing. And you are able to get into places you should not be able to, and copy things that you should not be able to. And I am looking for someone to assist me in doing just that.
And y'all gave me grief about a forgery kit. Holy Toledo.
On that, we will go ahead and take our break here as Eldon drops a little bomb, and we will kind of regroup and put this all together in just a minute here. So,
Back in 10
take
minutes.
about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Before I forget, because I know I will, did the Lyceum offer him a job? I thought the Lyceum just wanted him brought in.
Yeah, they wanted him brought.
They never offered him a job,
she
right?
said.
I know the criminals did, the thieves did,
Well,
but like
Lucas got the note.
Oh, got it.
Yes. Offered him a job as a scribe of his talents. So, yes.
Listen, I may have fallen asleep, but I remember that part.
Yep. I will be right back, guys.
Yep.
Cool. Yes, I'm gonna turn on my AC because I'm roasting right now. Whew. Okay, so I assume now they will go ahead and edit this part out. But oh my god, I'm sweating.
You always take a break right after I make food.
I'm sorry. It's like,
That's all right.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm waiting for more food to come in. I ordered chicken and eggs and stuff like that. It hasn't gotten here yet. Not getting here till 9. I was gonna cook something, but apparently not.
I'm literally like,
Chicken and eggs.
Yes, I bought frozen chicken and also eggs. Like I went grocery shopping without, I didn't like order food like to be delivered or anything. Just like stuff to cook.
Mhm.
I have sandwiches that I could make.
I'm going to step away. I'm going to go ahead and
Go pee-pee. Be right
go
back.
into the air conditioned house for about 5 minutes and
Yep,
get a
same.
drink and
I'm gonna go.
there. So
Be right back.
See you
Right,
soon.
yeah. See you soon.
Nobody kill that guy while I'm gone.
Which guy? That guy?
Never would happen. Not in a million years.
Yeah, we're not Trevor. I hope that's why he leaves that bit in.
So can I say no, Eldon? You cannot have some dude who is a
No.
criminal working with us, because it's
No.
not just you; it's us.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to, splinter away and leave the group, then that's one thing. But I'm not having a criminal working. What's he gonna do? Live in our house with us? No, absolutely
Yeah.
not.
That's what I guarantee you. That's what he's going to say. He's going to live in the house with us.
No,
And
not gonna happen.
no, because I leave my people there, and I can't trust him to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Delphinic. It sucks people can't talk back.
I don't think he can see the channel, but he can go into the other one, right?
Yeah, but we're not in there.
No, the tankard one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can text. He's probably playing something though. He's a busy guy.
Say what now?
He's a busy guy.
Yeah, yep.
I believe he's a half-orc in real life. Maybe not real life. Might have got confused somewhere down the line.
I have no raid tonight.
Good.
I have one on Monday.
Awesome. We have D&D Monday. Your baby yet?
No, not yet. That's
No.
not good.
She has had hormone gel and she is actually in labour now. But her partner's gone home to he's gone to his mum's to go to sleep because she lives right by the hospital. He's left his phone on loud. So hopefully nothing will happen too fast. I should be on her own. So I said, if you can't wake him up and you need me, just give me a call and I'll be there. So
I think when it started with me, Nick was with my parents getting Starbucks.
Wow.
Because I was in 48 hours of active labor.
Yeah. Yeah, Carrie's usually in labour for about that long. This is her fourth, and she's had long labours, like Guy did. So I think the last one wasn't too bad, but
Yeah.
the other two were like a day and a half, 2 days. So
Sarah came out sunny side up,
wow.
and like she had gotten just enough of her head out that she started opening her eyes and freaked a lot of doctors out. It was really funny. And I was at a teaching hospital, so they were not expecting that. And she wouldn't put her chin down, and her chin kept hitting the pelvic bone. And they were like, well, this isn't working, so we're going to have to push her back in far enough that when we go to cut her out, we don't cut her. I was like, no,
fuck
the
that.
whole thing is she's supposed to come out, not go back in. No back ins. I ended up
I cannot
having
even imagine that.
20 minutes later, after they said that C-section, they shoved her back in. It was all the pressure, all the not funness.
Oh dear. That sounds absolutely fucking dreadful.
I was like, it's a good thing that I had an epidural because, like, you and me. No.
Loving the shirt, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Is it Darth Vader at the bottom as well?
Yes.
Right. Awesome.
There's these cups I really wanted to get. There was like a samurai version of that. They even had the Ronin from the new Star Wars show that came out recently.
Yeah.
So good. I didn't think it was going to be all that, but that one in particular, like I didn't even get to watch all of them. I only watched like the first 4, but that Ronin was freaking sick.
Ronin was
Some of them were hit and miss. Like I thought that twin one was going to be really cool, and I'm like, oh, never mind.
Yeah.
It's not, but that's okay.
It was okay.
They made a pop vinyl of that Ronin with his bot and everything, and I'm just obsessed with that lightsaber. That they actually use another hilt, like reversed as the hilt for as the scabbard or whatever the thing. Cool.
Yeah. You guys are killing me today. It's hilarious.
At least nobody jumped in anything stupid.
We're gonna kill Elton in a minute. What? What?
I did not. You said I jumped into water. That never happened. I did not.
You did something incredibly stupid. 2, what Eldon just said, that does not compute. That's not happening.
Yeah, right.
If he wants to do that, he can leave. He can go somewhere else and take his little criminal with him, because that is not going to happen.
I mean, we could just shoot the guy. Like we.
What, Eldon? I think that's going a bit.
Well, I mean,
yeah. Let's go full on murder hobo and just kill the scribe.
Yeah, let's not do that.
No, we were
Because
very
we'd be
specifically
in
said
trouble
that
with the syndicate and with the license.
I have never killed anything.
Plus, it would be very wrong.
Trevor's never killed anyone that didn't deserve to die. And with you guys, he has not done that. Not once. No, name one, Bernie. I see what you're doing. That trolling was going to die regardless. It's just I killed him.
After we talked to him, after we asked him some questions.
Right, but he was going to die.
Some really important answers.
He ate children though, so I didn't kill him.
I'm going to eat your children. I'm not going to eat children. I'll just,
You went too far. I'm calling Draven right now. Next time he comes on here and saying, "Auntie
I
Bernie
would
says
eat him though. He's just
you."
so cute. I wouldn't really eat him. He is cute though.
Agreed. Don't know where it got.
I don't know how it happened.
I don't either. That's what I tell everyone.
Oh, shut up.
Because when people see him, they're like, "What the fuck is that? Is that a real baby?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's a Gerber baby, but it was definitely."
It's like your mini-me with like a bit of Barbara in him.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for that too.
No, you're not.
No, I'm kidding. He got my eyes, which is a plus. Ouch. I like how I'm in basically my Target shirt, and I haven't worked for Target in like months. It's just a red shirt. That's all it is. It's not like a thing. It's not like you have to buy specific clothes for them or anything. It's just, yeah.
Maybe I should go put my work uniform on.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
All right, just FYI, about 8:06, I'm going to have to go outside for a second and grab some stuff. My groceries are here at 8:06.
Yeah, no worries.
This is my Bernie uniform.
There you go.
Oh, nice. I just got an email saying my Walmart order was right in front of me or on its way, right on my computer screen. That was kind of nifty.
Walmart?
There is a book, Jim, that I am super excited about getting, by the way. I've never gotten to read it. It's like a compilation from the Crow / the comic / movie. It's a bunch of like short stories about revenge and stuff like that, poems and stuff like that, and some of them are actually by the original author James O'Barr. There it is. I've did some research on the book and it's
Very cool.
Yeah. I wasn't even going to mention the fact that Bernie was the one shipping it to me. I just wanted to talk about the book.
Yep.
I'm
We've been looking for blackjacks. We've looked for blackjacks every day, and we've not been able to find any.
I care about
If we don't find any by Monday, we'll stick this in the mail, and then
there's so many better snacks than blackjack. I
time
just like to them. It's not a big deal. I'm just happy about the book. I know that hardback version of that book is like $400. I can tell you that much. They don't make it anymore.
This is a paperback, but it's large format paperback.
Yeah, which is good because that's the only way I'm going to be able to freaking read it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's been thumbed, but not well thumbed, so it isn't like curly edges or anything like that.
Elnie apparently died.
Like kind of need him back here. What's going on? After that bomb got dropped, we need to he's one needs to be back here.
Yes, we need to slap him a bit.
Okay, well then I guess out of character we'll just have to do his story for his decision as he changed his mind.
No.
And right?
He can make the offer. I mean,
just kidding.
That's not going to happen.
Apparently, your NPC thought I was going to threaten him. I was doing very hard not to threaten him. Thank you.
I mean, when you've got organisations offering a job like he has, you're not going to just go, "Oh yeah, I'll go with these random weirdos." That
he has to come
turn up here.
Like that's
he has to come with us, but we also have to deliver him to the Lyceum or the Syndicate or both.
It's going to be a lot easier to deliver him if he's not conscious.
It's probably better.
No, he can go on his own free will. We don't have to knock him unconscious. We don't even have to shackle him.
But you're so good at hitting people with your hammer.
It's probably going to be better if we get him to at least talk to both groups of people. So at least then
we're going to get him out.
We can say this is what we've done what we needed to. Now,
as far as not shackling goes, I'm not sure about that unless we're putting him under your care, Sora.
Yeah, I will be.
Hopefully, we won't need to.
I would like to point out that both organizations were making a job offer, not expecting you to drag him back here. Neither of them said to bring him back.
Oh yeah, that's right. Neither one actually said that.
Neither organization said to bring him back to them.
I understand that, but I don't want him down here farting around and not doing what we said that he was going to do.
Maybe he has a quick way back.
I've seen that room. It's like he's been living there he's making good. You've seen that room, right? Like he's definitely well set up there. He knows what.
We have to search it. We have to look if there's anywhere.
That's not what I'm worried about. Exit. What I'm worried about is him being down there and not going to either side, making it look like we didn't do what we were asked to do.
Oh, I mean.
Yeah, but if we bring the book back, that's what we've been asked to do. We can say that we told him.
No, but
we're not going to not believe you. You're a paladin.
Well, that's not always true. Remember, I've already lied twice. So.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
No, but here's what I'm saying. We can bring the book back. We can say that we told him to come talk to either one of the groups. But here's the thing. If he never shows up, that's on us to prove that we talked to him.
We don't need to.
No,
they have no reason. They have no reason at all not to trust us. We have done what we've been asked to do.
Yeah. So
once we retrieve the book.
So just to clarify, because again, I mean, this is all, at least you can in this conversation in front of him. So I just want to clarify, neither group asked you to bring him back.
Right.
In fact, the syndicate doesn't even care. They said he's not doing anything wrong as far as we're concerned. We just would love to have him working for us because he's got skills. That's what they said. Literally what they said. And the note that Lucas has says, "Hey, we would like to hire him as a scribe. Tell him he's got a job if he wants it." That's no one said you to apprehend him. Just retrieve the book.
So, I understand.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm just making sure that that's clear in case it wasn't. So
I just think it should be his decision. So we're not even. I thought we had to drag his ass out and make sure he got there and stuff like that. I was under the wrong impression when I only got part of the conversation about the Lyceum.
Yeah.
So it's like I knew what the organization, what the syndicate wanted them for, but I didn't know until the letter that about the work thing. But either way, like it was never my intention to like hurt him anyway.
Cool. Oh, come on, Elmy. I mean, 10 minutes. It's been 15 now. Come on.
I have his number.
I
I
mean, I
think he's
won't get
dealing
him back
with
any faster if he's doing the family stuff. It's not going to get any faster here.
Yeah, true.
Oh, that's going to fade by now.
I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, there you are. Cool. Great.
There he is.
Do a couple of things for Rachel quick.
Alrighty.
Well, yep.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to jump back in here and get things rolling again with our little bomb drop there as we had before into break. So, first of all, Morgan will kind of be looking around at all of you, a little wide-eyed, the fact that he's had someone in his head telepathically talking to him. And meanwhile, while that was happening, at least 2 or 3 others were talking to him as well. And so he's a little bit overwhelmed, kind of looking around wildly here, and just sort of like, and pauses as Eldon finishes talking there and says,
Okay, so let me get this straight. I have the choice of working for the Lyceum, working for the Syndicate,
Yeah, I think they both offered you lodgings as
Or-
well.
well, I mean, so I could work for the place. I love books, obviously, and I'm a bit of an arcanist, so working for them would be really wonderful. Or I can work for the Syndicate and probably make a ton of money. Or work for you. No.
No,
and so-
working for Eldon is
Now,
not an option.
I would like to point
So-
out here description here, so we know. So, first of all, he is a little odd. You saw his picture, but the fact is, he looks very gnomish in his features there, but he's taller than a gnome and not built like a gnome. Like he literally is about a little over four, almost 4.5 feet tall. And the hair and everything else, the beard and everything, broader shoulders than a gnome would normally have, and a little bit thicker like limbs and everything.
Is,
Eldon, go ahead.
yeah. Is he a dwarf gnome? Like one parent dwarf, one parent a gnome?
Yep, half gnome. Yep.
Yes.
And you know for a fact, like if they're half gnomes, they take more after their gnomish side. If they're half dwarves, they take over their dwarvish side. But it's not unheard of in Coppervale to have half and half.
So let me back up for a moment for what I was saying. Are you from Copperville, out of curiosity?
Sort of. So,
Okay.
originally, sure, yes.
You
I have lived
know
in most of my life.
of the council? Yes?
Of course, yes.
Yes. So, perchance, have you heard of the name of Mernig? I am Eldon Mernig.
Not a clue.
Okay, that is fine. So, I am Eldon Mernig from the Mernig family, weapons designers.
that.
Yes,
Right.
I did. Yes. So, my father, his father, and his father before him were all weapons designers. Yes, and we worked in the bounds that the council permits. Yes, as you know, the council does have its traditions and its point of view, and it stinks. I wish to start an organization to challenge those ideas and those traditions is what I wish to do. And with that, I do need information because information is valuable, as you know. Therefore, I would like to. You can, in fact, work all you want with the Syndicate and work with the Lyceum, obviously, but I need someone of your skills. Because I need, yes, yeah. So as you can tell, I do sometimes struggle getting out all of my thoughts. I have so many of them. Here is the thing. I wish to start a league of individuals who are outside of the tradition and stuck in the past. That the council is to change magic itself. I want to change the way our society thinks and sees it.
That's a very lofty goal.
Yes.
Gonna have to pass, at least in being part of the League of Anti-Dwarf, Anti-Council, whatever. That's I just like to copy books and make money. That's what I do.
Exactly. So, the individuals that I wish to get together now is mainly to begin gathering the information, copying books, getting information together, building off a base of knowledge is a launching point.
If you have books to copy, I can copy them.
Yes.
If you want me to go and steal books for you, it sounds like I'm getting out of that operation.
Yeah.
Not
Definitely.
necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. That's what we're here to do. We're here to offer him
we are
jobs.
here to stop him from doing it at the Lyceum specifically, not the other library.
Eldon, I don't think this one's in the cards, my friend. I know what you're trying to do, and I can appreciate it with the rest of us, but it seems to be counterproductive.
My skills are for hire if you wish them, but I'm not going to be a spy to challenge the council. No, I haven't lived in Coppervale since I was 6, so I don't have anything to do with them, and frankly, I don't really want to go back there ever. I don't like the place.
Neither do I.
Right, so I don't see the point. I mean, they're fine where they're at. I don't care. It's just is what it is. Besides, magic here, I mean, people do magic whatever they want. It's pretty amazing. I've only been down here because, well, if you hadn't guessed, this is a good place to hide from just about everyone.
It is that. Then, for now, let us table my proposition then. And if I find books that I would like copied, can I call on you for a price then?
Well, I will see what we can do. Yes, let's see where things go from here. Okay.
Will we find it at the Lyceum or the Syndicate?
Well, you're an interesting group of people.
I'm just saying, if you work with the Syndicate, you might see me a lot more often.
Which would you choose?
Definitely the Syndicate.
There's no reason why you can't do both.
The money is going to be significantly better with the Syndicate. I can tell you that. I don't know what the Lyceum pays, but is there a reason that you can't do both?
Well, I don't know.
If it's not conflicting, why don't you talk to both of them and see if you can possibly work with both of them? Double your money. As long as it's not conflicting with one another, and then if it is, then you choose. It's up to you.
Or at least
we just want to make sure.
What they offer.
Now that I've read over our mission here, we're getting paid regardless. We've done our job. Now, that being said, it's really up to you on what you want to do at this point. Do you need help us getting you out of here? Or
oh no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I have my ways in and out. I have ways of bypassing any problems.
Well, do you have any recommendations to us? Because apparently it's not recommended to dive in a pool of water and look for monsters. Because
so Have you got a quicker way out of here then?
No, I just have ways of making things go away. I can.
And he points. There's actually a bucket of something right next to the door over here, and effectively, it looks like sort of a crystalline blue-looking stuff. And
Got its
if you live in some place that's cold, it's basically ice melt. It's essentially you spread it out there, and it eats away things, and things that are ooze-like tend to avoid it because it burns them, and so they stay away from it. So he essentially has a bag full of that, sprinkles along there.
Is that why that path is that why that path is out there?
Yeah, I don't like to walk through the oozy stuff. Gets on my boots and makes a mess. That, and it keeps Goobox from getting onto the bridge and
I can't take. No, sorry. No, I try to be serious. You said Goobox, and I lose my shit. Like I can't.
It ate my first two bridges. I mean, I had to do something, so I just spread on the bridge, and he doesn't eat it. So that's why.
So putting that ice melt on Goobox would be a terrible idea, I guess.
He avoids it then. He doesn't like the taste of it, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, it keeps him in the water and on the edges, and keeps him off the path. And it usually makes sure that he doesn't cause any problems.
Right. So just out of curiosity, which one do you think you're going to choose? Do you think you're going to do both, or do you think you're going to do one or the other? That's really none of our business. It's more of a general curiosity. We had a hell of a time getting in here.
I asked all of you, and you're the only one who answered. So.
Yeah, well, if you go to the Lyceum, you get access to as many books as you want.
That's kind of what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I mean,
and access to the knowledge.
Now, at this point, what you do, regardless, really, it's really your fate at this point. And I'm a stickler for fate, and I'll start flipping up the coin in my hands and stuff like that. My platinum coin, like through my fingers and stuff like that. Not flipping it, but just like kind of like that.
Sure.
There's a soft chuckle in your head.
Mm-hmm.
So
maybe
the last
you can.
Book I've copied.
He goes over to the shelf right here. Just kind of walks over to the side over here, and reaches up onto the shelf, and pulls off a leather-bound tome. Not very large, only about maybe 6.5, 7 inches or so in height, about 4 or 5 inches width. I mean, it's a really small tome there. Fairly thick as he turns it there and holds it out.
Let's go right back.
Sure. He basically pulls up there the book that I borrowed from the graduate library, and he hands it to you, Lucas. He steps over and
the copy.
And the copy, yeah.
The copy's already gone. I finished it 2 days ago and turned it over to my broker. I don't have it anymore.
Who is your broker?
A low growl from back here in the corner will start to happen.
Okay, so who wants to make the either persuasion or intimidation with advantage? One person make it. You choose. Lucas, you were telling him you need to bring it.
Yeah.
So.
What's your persuasion lens +8?
+11.
Yeah, you do it.
Lucas, he's already handed you the book, so we'll go ahead and he'll be saying right about here. He hands you the book there, and he kind of freezes for the moment when you ask for the copy, and that's where that kind of goes there. So go ahead and make that check with advantage.
I mean, if he wants the job at the Lyceum, he's really going to need to get the copy back.
So
I'm still growling.
Yeah, so that's why he's getting advantage. He's basically gotten the intimidation is real. The persuasion will work as well. So I'll go ahead for the persuasion check there.
It rolled it on roll 20, but it hasn't.
It's not coming through. You're running into Trevor's problem there. Let's
You
see.
rolled
Do
a
I?
27 with advantage.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it'd be a good one. All right. He just sort of like winces.
Well, my broker's his broker. That's his name. Um, you can usually find him uh, on.
Let's see. 1 second here.
Broker the broker. That does not sound very truthful.
That's his name. I swear. His name's Broker, and he is a broker. It's what he does, and it's his name. I don't know. It's what it is. I swear. Um,
You got a
he
friend who makes barrels called Mr. Cooper.
Well, I know someone whose last name is Cooper that makes barrels. Yeah, that's a common practice, naming someone after your profession. There's a lot of smiths. There's a whole lot of smiths out there in the world that are all blacksmiths, um, and then there's Smithsons
Top
and
of the class.
Coopersons, and there are the sons and sorry. Anyway, um, uh, he's over kind of in the financial district near where the main bank is. He's got an office there.
and he'll give you directions essentially.
No, you're not giving us directions. You're going to get it back.
How am I supposed to get it back?
Go and ask him for it.
If he, the way it works is people contact him asking for certain books, or seeing if he has access to certain books, and then he contacts me. I go find books, copy books, give it to him. He passes them on. I don't have any contact with the people that ask. That's
And
not
you
how it
need to
works. So
explain that to the Lyceum. And hope that they still employ you after. It's out of our hands.
Well, we can go and ask the broker.
Yes, I think that we will need to speak with this broker. I would suggest both work the system as you already know how to do. Why not?
Potentially, I can. I mean, obviously, I may already be in trouble, so we'll see how things go.
We
Okay.
can maybe track down the buyer of the book, maybe. As we do, as you know, are good at finding people. So,
Obviously, right.
yes.
So Lucas, you will see there's no title writing on the cover of the book or anything else that you open it up there, and it's actually a handwritten journal, very precise but almost calligraphy script. Very very fancy. The pages are all very sturdy parchment, a bit yellowed with age. This book is definitely old. You've seen a lot of books in your time, so it is definitely old but well preserved. Um, the ink is still somewhat faded, but still completely legible. And you essentially see this is the Journal of Belvin Stanton.
Yeah, that was the book we're after.
Before we leave, are there any books here, perchance, dealing with artifice or wizardry?
Sorry. Well, I'm copying a book right now on plant cultivation and uses and such. Um, it's just one of the basic tomes. More for my use than anyone. It's just something that.
And at this point, you look around, and there actually are. First of all, the walls are covered in like moss and lichen. There's little patches of hanging moss in various places, partially wrapped, partially on the pillars, in the corners of the room, little like the Spanish moss hanging down in various places there. And there's little planters of little various planters up against the wall there with various plants and mushrooms and stuff growing in them.
Is there is there that weird arcana mushroom from
No,
Copperville here? There's
no,
not.
no, nothing like
Okay.
that. It's this is more like edible stuff. Like
Okay.
he's growing things that would be food, for the most part. There, things he can like kind of supplement his diet with.
Yeah.
And give me an Arcana check if you're trained in it.
Yes. Very much so.
Yep. Any of you who are trained, go ahead and give me an Arcana.
Then I roll a 2.
Awesome.
Got
Okay.
an 11.
Damn it,
Okay.
that just rolled off a 20 onto an 8.
Okay. So basically, I mean, looking around the room there, I mean, there's definitely an aura of there's some arcane stuff in here. The lights seem to be arcane lights, that basically charge up and have some sort of a way to recharge themselves. They're not Manatech, but they're some variation of ever-burning torches, possibly, that you spot those. Lucas, with a 23 there, you realize that he's basically living in an anti-scrying area. The two ways to mess up scrying, besides the obvious non-detection spell, is running water and a lot of life. Obviously, plant life surrounding him, living things around him. Essentially, he's living almost inside of a plant. And so scrying can't like see inside of living things. So he's essentially made a place that you can't scry into. A natural thing. If you were to like burrow yourself into a tree, you couldn't be scryed on because you're inside of a plant. So it's a way of defeating scrying that doesn't involve a continual non-detection spell or expensive magic items.
Very clever.
So, and he,
I don't really do artifice. I'm arcanist, wizard, basically. I do transmutation and such. That's kind of the basis of what I do. So, I don't really have a lot here specifically. All I have is my spell book and a couple of notebook things. No, you can't have them.
I mean, I was going to offer to purchase one
No.
or two.
and it was like he's like literally just like he kind of like views his books the way you view your tools.
Right.
This is like
These, my collection. Like, you cannot have them.
Oh wait,
So-
Eldon, we're supposed to put the tools back where we used them. My bad.
We will have a discussion concerning that later, Trevor. Of proper
I still
organization.
can't find your arc welder. I mean, I don't know.
You were frustrating me today.
He hasn't moved it either.
So, thank you for the book and the location of the broker, and you have your two choices now. We shall see you later.
All right then.
And Eldon, go ahead and give me I guess it would be perception check from where you are. Where you are. I know you're not the best at it.
Can I guidance it?
No, this is something you just would more of a notice kind of thing. No. Sorry, Lucas. Actually, you too, because you're kind of both for just perception. Okay. So, as I mentioned there, he's got there the couple things. So, Eldon, I taking in all the books, looking at everything, is just like there's a
I'm
lot here to see.
distracted and downtrodden from my first attempt to get a member is failed.
So, Lucas, what on the shelf right here? You catch something out of the corner of your eye. There is a whole set of identical books. It's you've been in a library or a bookstore, and you see a series of books that all have the same binding, the same print, the same, like, it's obviously like a series of books that's all set up in a row. And across, like, the very prominently on the top shelf, in the bookshelf right over here, there is a set of books that's like just like lined up there, all very precisely arranged. The spines are all like the same height, the same font on the side there, and you spot, well, they're the Eldriana Gomes series of books that you happen to have seen back in your back in, yes, his name is Morgan, Morgan Billsley. He that you've seen back in the libraries and such at the College of Lore. It just kind of stands out because it's a fiction series that you've heard of, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of like Nancy Drew or the Hardy Boys, that kind of thing. They all have the same binding, the same writing on the side there. Eldriana Gomes and the Walking Dead of Westmarch. Eldriana Gomes and basically all those kinds of things. So you happen to see, and the Hall of the Stone Giants. It's basically adventure tales of someone that you've seen the books before. Okay. So just something you clock as you guys start to go to leave. And Morgan's just sort of,
Well, I definitely have a lot to think about, and I'm sorry I couldn't get the book back for you. I don't.
It's not for us. It's for the Lyceum, isn't it?
Right. I will say this: when I do the copies, I don't read the contents. I'm not able to really. I can't retain it. So I know what the book is, but I was on a bit of a time crunch, and so I never even had a chance to read it. So I don't know what's so important about this book, but I wish I could help more.
You copy it without reading it?
That's the process, yes. That's how it works.
and you see him kind of like get a little uncomfortable about talking about the process. Yeah.
If we're gonna track down this copy, we should probably get going as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be tracking it down. I think what we should do is go to the Lyceum and tell them the situation. Say, here's the book. He's already given away the copy. We'll tell them to who. We'll report the guy who's obviously buying copied books and selling them on. And if they want to hire us to go and take care of it, then that's up to them. And if they don't, then that's on that. That's not our job to do that. That's the Lyceum's job. So that's out of our hands. We're doing what we've been paid to do. So we go. We did the job. We get paid, and that's as far as I'm concerned.
But we haven't returned the book. The book's still in circulation.
Well, this is what I'm saying, though. We returned the book that was stolen.
But
They
we
know
haven't
that he's made a copy. We can tell them who he's given the copy to.
Well, we can
Because
just
that's
go
an
get it back.
operation. That's an operation that should end, isn't it? And if they want to deal with him the legal way, then that's
Yeah, but if we go there now, we might be able to stop him. You might still have the book. You might not have passed it on yet.
okay.
If we wait, we might pass it on, and then
How long
doesn't
ago
hurt
did
to
he
stop
actually
by.
get the copy?
It doesn't hurt to stop by. It was 2 days ago. It doesn't hurt to stop by and see if he still has it. If he has it, we'll either get it from him or we'll buy it from him. Either way, we'll have the only other copy, right?
We won't buy
The
it.
only other copy.
I only made one copy. Yes, that is true. I've only made extra copies for things that I wanted from my own collection, and this was not one of those.
How many other restricted books have been copied and given to him for him to get rid of, to sell to people? He's making money from this, whatever this is. Seems a little bit criminal to me.
It was the first restricted book that I took and copied.
Yeah, but you say that, but why would we even trust you?
I'm doing an insight check.
Sure, go for it. I mean, passive.
Nope.
Even passive. Those Amethyst and Lucas there. He's nervous, but he's not lying about it, as far as you can tell. I mean, he's nervous about the whole thing, but it's not like he's lying to you about that. Like he's. And one thing you realize is that this is the first book that that Professor Martinet said was missing from there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so if there's anything else, I mean, essentially, research books could be books on poisons, books on dangerous demons, or like arcana, stuff like that. So it's not like there's I mean, in the research section, you're not going to find like the Necronomicon in there, like things that are that level of dangerous. It's just things that have secrets that maybe don't want to be out in the general public. Only like high-ranking members or graduate-level students and faculty would have access to. The average person that can get a membership and go into the basic library wouldn't see these things. Remember, even in Varnak's tome was in the basic library, and that had all kinds of information about demons and extraplanar creatures. It was more of a what are they, not what do you do with them or how do you summon them.
Yeah.
You'd find that in the restricted section, and then maybe even in the ultra restricted, like the faculty only or the personal collections at that point.
Do we know what this book is now? Now that we've actually got it,
you have it. Lucas Lance said it looks like it is definitely a journal. Without actually getting a chance to read it, you wouldn't know what was in it yet.
What language is it in? You might have been.
We were told what it was. The professor told us roughly what it was about. It was someone's journal and had information that we didn't want to get out.
Amethyst, this is the journal of the guy who founded the Lyceum, who was also the brother of the queen, the first queen of Gervon.
Right.
In other words, Nolan Gervon's wife.
Right. Okay.
So.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of want to read it. What language is it in?
Common.
Oh.
Written in Common. A little bit archaic, and there's some odd phrasing in it, but nothing you couldn't read. Yeah.
Got a couple of hours back, walk back, speed read.
I'd rather take it back and ask if I can look at it.
Don't get pulled in, Amethyst. Don't get pulled in.
No, this is to do with the person whose soul I have.
Right.
I understand, but still don't get pulled in.
I will speed read it if you don't.
Slope.
Okay.
Something. Actually, I'm going to send something to you, Lucas, real quick here.
I'm ready to go.
Yep, no worries.
Yes, I would read the book if you're not going to. At least as much of it I can on the walk back.
She didn't specify that she didn't want any of us to actually read it.
No,
Shouldn't be too much of a problem, should it?
See? Slippery slope.
It's just a book. It's a book.
Just a book. It's just a book.
It is, but it's also in the restricted section.
That's what Ash said. It was just a book, and then we all saw how those went.
Right. Klaatu, Verada, necktie.
Yeah, you stop that crap right now. You're fine.
Okay.
I've seen all
Ash's book was a mimic. It was a Necronomicon.
It was more like a Necronom-nom-nom-nom.
Oh, that was a good one, Trevor.
I said it first!
She did. I just literally stole her joke.
I didn't hear you say it.
Morgan will kind of stand back here, and he actually motions toward the door and uses Mage Hand to unlock the door and give the wheel a spin there.
You should be able to push it open now. Thank you for, not killing me or anything, and
yes, to mention
for the
that
information
momentarily, what I shared with you as a potential proposal, do not share with anyone else.
I can do that. I mean, it sounds like you're not in the planning stages yet, so I don't know anything. And if you do have work, I will probably be at the Lyceum. I kind of don't want to be involved with the shady side of things. It sounds like it's a bad idea.
I think if you want to work for the Lyceum, though, we're going to have to try and get this copy back. So perhaps we can take a visit there before we go to the Lyceum.
I do what you need to do. I will be out of this business. I swear. I'm not. I want nothing else to do.
And
Amethyst, I think we need to track it down, and I think we need to get it back. Although it's not our problem, it became our problem when we realized that it's not there.
Contractually, though, we have another obligation to finally uphold, depending on where that goes. I'd rather not spend too much time doing other stuff. I know there's some things that we need to do still, don't get me wrong.
What about I send a sending to the professor and see what she recommends?
Can you do that and walk at the same time?
I can.
Awesome.
I want to try and... Lucas, may I see that momentarily?
And Amethyst, you stole my thing. That's not fair. I was
shut up.
You.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
Have you seen this? And I'll point out one of the titles of the books on the shelf.
What does it say?
It's the top shelf.
Yeah.
It's the top shelf.
You're going to have to lift him up.
You can see them there. You can see them there.
Float.
It's a whole set of books, all very the same titles there. And let me ask you this, Eldon. Would you read fiction? Or just non-fiction and mechanical things?
Mostly not. As a kid, prior to his family happening, he would have been all about that fiction. Like, would have loved and ate it up as much as he gets his hands on it.
Okay.
And I mean,
give me a history check to see if you recognize these titles. And no guidance in this one. Excellent. So I'll just say this: Eldriana Gomes series, essentially, adventure, explorer, a pioneer in certain types of artifice. She was a very famous person. If she really exists, you kind of probably tend to think that she actually does. But they're all stories of adventures. And the book he points out is Eldriana Gomes and the Tomb of the Runesmith King.
Oh, shoot.
And you will sort of like digging into your mind there. We'll come back to that in a bit. But essentially, yes, there is a book there. And when you pointed out there,
are you fans of Eldriana Gomes?
As a child, a deep fan. This book in particular, I don't actually remember reading this one. I do remember that one of the giant hall. That one was quite funny. Adventurous.
There's 14 books there on the shelf there. Lucas, you think there might be some more than that? You remember there definitely were more books than that in the series.
Yeah, I'll say that. I think there were more than this.
This is what they're able to find. They're so hard to find.
So my first book I would love you to copy would be this one in particular, if you could. Yes?
I can do that. Sure.
Yes.
For a fan. Yes.
Absolutely. Honestly, I only have a handful of these back home. I do not have this many. This is a wonderful collection, actually. I have not read them in so long. Yes.
Okay.
This one in particular.
Right. This. According to this,
And he'll kind of launch into a little bit about the story itself there, and we'll get to that with the details of that are in a bit here. Amethyst, there is a reply very quickly there. Let's see. Okay, let me just double check here. I think that's probably about right. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
It's all right, so I'll look out the words for you.
Sure
There.
will.
That should do it. I think it's 24.
If recovery is possible, then yes, it is essential that the information doesn't fall into the wrong hands. I have had visions.
Yep. So. Okay. So, as you discuss the details of the book, and you guys start to head on out of the room, Morgan does agree that he will send you a copy. He will make it available. It should take him. He actually seems excited about making this copy, so he says he'll have it ready tomorrow.
Is this an illegal copy of a book, though?
You don't think? I mean, Lucas and Eldon, you both know that you can buy these books. They're just hard to find.
Right. Okay.
I mean, yeah. The College of Lore has 2 sets. You think, Eldon, you've seen a number of copies. So yeah.
Amethyst, it only becomes illegal in my mind if they sell it to make a profit. If they're just selling it to continue to read a story, it should be okay.
But this broker guy is selling for profit, isn't he?
How much? I will pay you in advance. How much for the copy?
You know what? Don't worry about it.
That was a good test.
I will. This could have been a very different situation, and I appreciate the fact that it's not. So, I will make you this copy.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And the rest of the group will also call on you for favors later.
I actually won't be. I raise my hand. I'm
not really.
Winces a little bit. That
just a joke.
Thanks anyway. I'm good.
Essentially, yeah. So, you're able to head toward the surface there. The gist of what he tells you is that, according to the story, Eldriana Gomes was hired by the family of, yes, Ambrose Call to help construct his tomb. And the book actually contains riddles and things about the about the traps and such that were laid out in there. And whether it's all true or not, who knows? But the fact is,
I'm going to smash that book tomorrow.
So,
in the meantime, I would like to attempt to smash that journal on the way back.
I would say, give me. That's going to be. I'm not sure what kind of test to make that even.
I think you should leave the book alone for right now, Eldon. If you want to read it later, we can do that.
I mean, the last thing you want to do is trip and drop it into the sludge.
Exactly.
Yes, but will we have a time to read it later? This could be something very important for Amethyst, yes? And it is part of her soul.
I agree. I agree. But like, if we drop it and get anything messed up, and I'm not saying you would drop it. I've seen you walk and read. Hell, I've seen you sit on a horse and direct the horse and lead. So
okay, let's get out of here first, and then we'll have a look at it.
Maybe it takes us a little bit of time to get back to the Lyceum.
Yes, well, we've got to go via this broker anyway.
We got to go find the broker. So once we get topside, feel free to start reading.
Yes.
All right. So
I will
for brevity's sake, we will get yourselves up the top side there. You're able to navigate there, knowing the way you came, knowing that you can follow your own tracks back there. They haven't been washed away or obscured in any way. You're able to get back fairly easily. Eldon, go ahead and give me a quick little intelligence check to see how many details you can get for Amethyst as you're walking across the city.
It's not the worst roll.
It's not bad at all. Okay. First of all, you will see. This is an interesting. Some interesting things about this. It definitely paints Queen Isilga, the first Queen of Garvon, in a very different light. She was ruthless, and she got stuff done. It's known that she basically consolidated power. She was pivotal in driving away the forces of the Dark King and in hiring the group that actually destroyed the Dark King. So it mentions a bunch of that, but some of the things is like she actually took power from her deceased husband's parents. She's put herself in place and said, "We are now one nation. I am now queen. You are retired." Essentially, is kind of the gist of what he tells you.
She got away with that?
She was the wife of the crown prince.
It does appear that she did. Give me one more moment. Let me read a little bit more.
Essentially, a little background, a little bit before that, you kind of the bits there. Belvin was actually at the Wizards Guild in Dravier when the Dark King took power. He actually was a lower level wizard at that point. The Dark King was a very powerful wizard, took over, summoned an army, summoned up demons, had trucking with all sorts of fell creatures and everything else that he caught wind of it, and he was the reason that she and him escaped. And the rest of the Stanton family was killed. They were actually the royalty of Dravier, the kingdom of Dravier. So he was the reason they got away. The other piece with an 18, and this one's a bit. You kind of go back through it there. One in the second half, it's in sort of like the bit about the war itself, events that happened to the war, and you flip into there, the actual defeat of the Dark King himself, what they did with his body. He was dismembered, the pieces burned to ash, but his skull would not burn.
Whoa.
The skull of the Dark King
Okay.
still exists. And it was sealed away, given into the care of one of the people that killed him. And the line that jumps out at you with that roll there, it was sent to an obscure village shrine, the home of the deserters.
So, a little bit of an issue. The skull of the individual that struck your first soul down, he his skull still exists. They burned him to ash, separated his body into many places, but they could not get rid of his soul. Do you know of the deserters? It says in here that it was given into the trust of the deserters. I do not know of that name. I do not recognize that. But
Craven's Rest. Held on.
Wait, what?
Craven's Rest.
Raven's Crest.
No, originally it was Craven's Rest. That was where the deserters went. So they were considered Craven.
For just a minute, I thought Rob had said Draven's Rest on purpose, and I'm like, no, it never was that. But then I heard him again. I'm like, oh, never mind. He didn't say that.
Wait, Lucas, truly?
Yeah, we were told that.
Oh.
Well, craven means a lack of courage, doesn't it? It means
coward.
Coward
or deserter.
Which is why they decided to change it to Raven's Crest.
Yep.
We need to get home.
I'll say.
But before we go home, we do need to find the copy to that book.
I think that we let someone else handle the copy. This is a little bit more important than... The book is already gone.
We can't get home without the airship, and the airship hasn't been repaired yet.
And we've just sent a message to the professor, and the professor said she would appreciate it if we fetched the copy.
It'll take us 2 weeks by horse to get home.
She's been having visions of it getting in the wrong hands, so I think we do need...
And
a little over, 2 weeks.
In 3 days by airship. Okay,
right.
Okay. So let us be fast, then. We need to get home now. So, yes.
So with that revelation, we are going to call it here for today. Figure out what you want to do next time. We may discuss a little bit, obviously, between now and then. If you have anything you want to throw my way, questions, and we'll figure out whether you're going to rush home or whether you're going to stop the book from getting to whoever wanted it. So
we definitely need to get that book, because that information in that book, that gets in the wrong hands. They might get to the skull before we do. We need to get the book.
Wait, why do we need the skull?
We don't need the
We just
skull.
need to make sure no one finds the skull.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see getting the book, but I didn't understand why we needed the skull.
The thing is that we probably don't want the Dark Lord rising again, because they start doing some resurrection stuff with the skull. That would be very bad, is what is going through Eldon's head. Of trying to
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, mine too. Mm-hmm.
So book, then home, try to find out where the skull is.
Well, here's my other concern. Do we take the copy for ourselves to keep it so that we know it's safe?
We can't
we'll
do
take
that.
it back to the Lyceum.
Yeah, we have to take it back to Lyceum. But
if we keep the copy, we're no better than this criminal that's made the copy.
Well,
or the guy that's buying dodgy copies.
We didn't steal it.
Well,
1 and 2. I'm not suggesting that we keep it. I was originally, but I think it would be safer in our hands than it would be in the Lyceum's hands.
Well, this has never happened before, and it has been a very long time. he, Mr. Morgan, there was very special. In
Look,
getting into
somebody
places.
has requested this book.
Yes.
So he's taken it from the Lyceum, he's made a copy, and he's given it to the broker, who is going to give it to the person who's requested it. He must have requested it for a reason. He or she must have requested it for a reason. We need to go and put a stop to it quickly. So let's get back, get walking.
More like let's start to run.
Yeah.
Sora will look at you and then look down at her plate mail and laugh. Run.
And with that, we will go ahead and call it for today. I want to thank you all for watching there in the future. We will see where we pick up and where we run to or fly to or delve into, whichever we're going to look at next time. I will be bugging you all to make sure I know kind of an idea.
I definitely have an idea.
So because I actually no, never mind. I'll prep all three directions. It's fine. Whichever one you go for, we'll see what happens. So anyway, again, thanks everyone for watching. Thank you for playing. Thanks for hanging out there, and we'll see you next Saturday.
Thank you for running, Jim.
I'll be here.
As always.